Yo, what up, Mandarin? What up, Edge? What you guys doing? How's life, guys? What up, Tover? Oh. Oh. Alright. Sorry about that. We were lying on the floor stretching a little bit. Oh. Welcome back. Yeah, I was stretching before stream and like, damn, it's almost time to start streaming. So I turned the stream on and I wanted to finish stretching a little bit. Oh, but how's everybody doing today? Oh, Edge, I think you have this game on your wish list already. Um, but I saw it today. It's called Beyond the Map. It looks good. I don't know what you think about it. I mean, it's obviously on your wish list, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know much about it. I just saw it today. I was like, oh, that looks pretty good. So it won't be co-op till next year, so I'll probably wait until then. Cause like I would hate to play it solo and then get bored of it and not want to play it with anybody, you know? Yeah, so we're gonna be on PoE 2 starting Friday. For at least the weekend, unless we get burnt out sooner. But at the end of the weekend we'll make a decision if we're gonna play it the following week or not. Yeah, I'm just really torn on what I'm gonna play because I really it just depends on what they give us, right? Because obviously they're giving us new support stuff, they're giving us trade. I don't know what else they're really giving us, but all I know is about the support changes and I know about the trade that they're giving us. But if they don't give us Druid and they don't give us Righteous Fire, I'm gonna probably just play my Slam build. I'm gonna try and get that up and running this time before I get bored. But I don't know what else they're gonna give us. Yeah, so piece candy. So no, I don't know what it's called, Mandarin, but supposedly like someone made a comment when Kiwi was being like announced to come out that they would be releasing Righteous Fire in the game as well, just like they do in PoE 1. So that's what I'm looking forward to playing the most, obviously, 'cause it's my favorite build. Or at least something similar to it. Like, Death Oath was really close, similar. But like anything like AoE damage based that's around my character while I'm moving kind of style, right? But I want to play a bear. Like I want to make it work with a bear specifically. I want to be able to shapeshift into a bear and I want to slap hands. So that's kind of the goal of what I want to get running. But obviously they didn't have Druid last time I played, and they didn't have any skills that I really liked. So like I said, it really depends on what they give us. I know they've released like obviously a couple weapons since I last played, a couple skills since I last played, a couple characters. So we'll hope for the best. We'll see how Friday comes and whatever happens. Yeah, I didn't watch any videos or anything on it. I remember when I played it last time, I was making comments about, what I was hoping for, and someone told me in chat that Righteous Fire would be making a comeback in the game supposedly. Come hug you? No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. But yeah, Edge. It's gonna start off as Warcries because Warcries I can get running at a very low level. That's what I'm gonna use to level through the game and get through the campaign. And then once I get through the campaign and I actually get a decent amount of levels under my belt, um, I'll start switching to the slam build. It just obviously it's gonna take some gear to make the swap because the shout build all it requires is strength stacking basically and percent fizz damage increasements. So it's really easy to get the shout build up and running. And then I'll have to do a little bit of talent resets, my passive trees, and then obviously start throwing in some abilities for a slam build. It shouldn't be too hard of a swap. I was doing it last time, and I just got bored of the game before I got to it. So, so there is a build for the Marauder that I saw, and I have no idea what it's called, what it does, or how it really works. Um, but I would love to find it and see if I can play it to try it. But basically, I think it's a bleed build, but you basically just walk and things kind of just blow up around you off your screen. I don't even like that's about the best I can explain in the video that I watched. It was like a 30-second video of a dude standing in a map. He like zones in, right? And he shouts to like cause a buff or something, and then he just walks and everything just starts exploding. I thought that was sick. And it's not that like maybe they nerfed it, maybe they changed it or whatever, but I'm kind of curious on how it worked. Not so much that I want to play that build specifically, but like how it works specifically. Like, what caused it to do what it did to see if there's a way to semi recreate it. Oh, because there was a specific boot that did like a ground slam kind of thing while you walked or something. Interesting. Because I saw a handful of other builds people have posted me. Like there was one about an Arctic armor build, which was hilarious. You basically just stood there and let everything die by punching you. Even bosses. Like you could like two-shot bosses, but anything that didn't have a hit mechanic would kill you. It was pretty funny. Oh, so yeah. So that's kind of what it reminded me of, Mandarin, was like a cascading like Eliporith or something, right? Like you were talking about like the ignites from the Herald of Ash. That's what it reminded me of, but I think it was with Bleed specifically. It just felt like it did too much damage for what it was doing. Like I didn't even see mobs on his screen and they were exploding like before he even got to them and dying. So it just didn't make sense how he was applying. Like obviously the prolif of the explosions were probably what was causing the cascade, but it felt like it was way too far off of his screen, and they were dying way too fast for what it like. What the It just didn't make sense. Like I said, I would like to actually see the build in its entirety to kind of understand it, like gear wise and stats wise, kind of have an understanding of like how exactly it worked and why it worked so well. Obviously, like I said, they probably nerfed it and changed it, but I'm just kind of curious. What do you mean numbers? What numbers to themselves? Oh yeah. Honestly, I like the idea of path of building because it allows me to tinker on my own, right? So I can take like a template that I've like messed with for a while and I can tinker with it just to see like, oh, that does seem to, juice out a little extra damage or vice versa this. I like to be able to tinker with it without having to spend hundreds of hours tinkering it with in game. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of being forced to use third party to do stuff, but I mean, it is once again we were talking about this yesterday. I'm kind of hypocritical with things, but uh, with PO with Path of Exiles, it's kind of expected for me. I've kind of accepted it for Path of Exiles because the way the game is like just designed and coded, there's no way to like build something like that semi in the game to understand the increasements in production as easily. Yeah, I know, right, Edge? Like, I was talking about this last night. I don't know if you were here, Edge, but I was so let down with PoE one's league because we had been dealing with settlers mini leagues for like a year, right? It was like, oh, settlers plus necros, settlers plus this, settlers plus that, settlers plus this, settlers plus that. And it's like they didn't want to give us a league because they were working on PoE two. And then finally, like, okay, guys, we're gonna give you a league, and it was fucking settlers plus followers. Like, there was no difference. Like, don't get me wrong, we're gonna keep settlers. Settlers are gonna be core in the game. I'm accepting that. I'm okay with that. It allows for us to incorporate trade and other things into the game. It's expected. I'm fine with it. But bro, you could have gave us anything else with the followers. Any other mechanic to go with the followers because the followers themselves is not a league. Bro, don't even get me started on memory strand shit. Memory strand shit is also it's like a byproduct of a league. It's not a league in itself. It's like, hey guys, we're gonna give you like these 16.5 tier maps that drop memory strand items that you can craft onto. That's not a league. That's another tier of a fucking map that has unique drops in it. Like, it's not a league. I mean, the 16.5s were okay. They were just really tanky and they did a lot of damage, so you'd have to have like a decent build for it. Yeah, I've been telling all the viewers that we'll be on POV this weekend, and if anybody wants to join us and experience the game, they're more than welcome to join us. Not the best at POV 2 for sure. I'm gonna complain a lot. I'm gonna die a lot. I'm just gonna struggle a lot. But like you said, it's kind of the goal of the game: experiencing it, getting shit on, learning the game, getting better at it, tinkering with things. It is what it is. Oh yeah, people make fun of me all the time in Path Exos. I die all the time, just mainly because I just don't pay attention. Or do I give a shit about upgrading my gear? Like I die so much in the game purely because I just refuse to upgrade my gear because I'm lazy. Oh, Edge. Um, I completely forgot that I was gonna be working Wednesday and Thursday this week before PoE 2 started. So if you want to continue with the last epoch on Wednesday and Thursday, I'm down to play for a little longer. I completely forgot. I was under the impression that the day like the other night when we were playing was the last night I was gonna touch it. I completely forgot I worked. You know what the echoes? Nice. Yeah, maybe you can just speed run me through the campaign. No, not even an exaggeration, Mandarin. I go into like Katala Act 10 fight with the fucking health potion that you get on the beach. Like I've done that so many times. It's ridiculous. Like it's purely just because I don't look at the ground to pick shit up. I just keep running. Like I don't notice flasks. The only time I ever pick up a flask is when I get it from a quest. Or like I'll be in like Act 5 and I'll still have on like uh the gray weapon from fucking or one of the gray items I found in Act 1 or Act 2, like that I put on for fucking colors or some shit. Like it's crazy. Oh, like oh my god, like Edge was making fun of me because when I level like another character or something, I put on like the gold rim obviously, and I put on like la hoops and stuff. Bro, I made it all the way to level 90 on my righteous fire character with la hoops and a gold rim on. Yeah, not changing anything. I had like no gear on, and I was just fucking cruising, bro. But we're making progress today. So today's goal is, I think we're on X. Yeah, we're on expert. So we're trying to farm gold and rich iron. Now, I'm kind of torn on how we want to do this because I need to rep farm, and rep farm is daily kind of. For example, for jewelry, right? It is it? Oh, this one. Um, I have these. So this one has 38 minutes left on it. So I can do these small ones daily for both of these. They cost 2 gold each, and then I could level, get 10 XP. But I gotta get all the way to 360 XP to even unlock the next one. So I'm torn on if I speed level this to 360 to unlock the next tiers, like push my way down from expert to artisan to master to supreme, because that's where I'm currently farming supreme stuff in my questing area. But if I speed farm all the way down to that and I just do my daily crafts, I will eventually level up and max it out. But I might have to, like I said, I might have to at least get the basics done on them to get to the next tiers, because each tier has its own cooldowns and has its own craftable. So I don't know if I just take it slow and I just do the daily craftables on this one until I unlock the next one and just continue on with my questing, or do I spend the extra time to level them quickly while leaving extra materials to do daily crafts for rep grinds until I run out of materials? I don't know. Really torn on how I want to do it. You want to make the squirrels again? Hey, it was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's just like you should just be a squirrel main in Last Epoch. Shows your comfortability. Uh, I think it shows laziness more than anything, honestly. But the fact that I could farm to level 90, I can actually do that content with that gear, shows that the build's pretty solid. Yeah, yeah, Edge, I think you should just be a squirrel man. And you should name yourself Go Nuts. That's gone wild. No alcohol, sad face. Yeah, it sounds good. Sounds good. I appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, I don't expect most people to hang out for these streams. It's mostly just about me yapping while I'm rocking in circles, gathering resources. We started it yesterday because I decided to switch up my professions on this guy to make things easier. So we spent all day yesterday doing it, and we're gonna spend most of today doing it as well. Like I said, that's why I'm kind of torn on how I want to do it because I don't know if I want to just level this up quickly, and then after I've leveled it up to the next tier, just continue crafting these after the fact, or if I want to just take it really slow and just craft those daily crafts to level up to eventually get to the next tier. The problem is if I do it the second way, right? That means I am only making like a little bit of rep per day. But if I unlock the other tiers, I can make more rep items every day, which is more rep per day, and that's kind of the I think more important. You follow me for the yap? I mean, some people do. Some people are here purely not because of what I do. They put me on in the background. They're not watching me at all. They just listen to my rants, my raves, just the random yapping, talking. I don't really give a shit what I'm doing on the screen. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about games like in general, like uh old games, new games, critiquing things, going over like my thoughts and things of like different games that I've played or want to play, and we've been talking about that for days. I had a really long yap session yesterday. It's most literally not for the gameplay. Thanks. You don't like this riveting gameplay? I think I'm not too bad. What up, Cal? Yeah, I'm still playing Iron Man. Cal. So what I was doing originally, and I've kind of given up on the plan, was I was gathering everything on my Beorn, and I was going to send it all to my alt to do professions on my alt. Right. So my alt had metalsmithing, weaponsmithing, and tool crafting. The problem I was running into is I never really found the time to send the stuff over to the character. Uh, so it just kind of stockpiled on my Bjorn, and I never really kept up with the crafting. So I never started doing the rep crafts and stuff, and started doing the crafting guild stuff at all. So I fell really far behind in the crafting. So it was like almost non-existent, and I wasn't really benefiting from it. But I kind of was sitting here the other night while I was questing, and I was kind of annoyed because I was like, huh, what's the point of having forestry on this character if I don't have any professions that need forestry, right? So I'm not using tailoring for the leather, right? I'm not using woodworking for the wood. So what's the point of forestry? And then I was also sitting there, I was like, well, why do I even have scholar if I never even leveled it? I literally haven't leveled it. So I was sitting there, I was like, well, it's a pain in the ass to have to send stuff to my other character. So one day off stream, I was like, fuck it. I'll send my stuff over, I'll level it up, I'll push it a little bit, and I'll go farm some of the resources I'm missing. So I started doing that, and then it got really tedious with, oh, I had to send my carry all from one character to another, and then I had to transfer it back from one character to the other character, and I was transferring my universal tool back and forth as well, and it just got really tedious having to teleport back to my house to put things in my storage, to then grab it from my other character, to then teleport to another place, to do what I had to do, then teleport back, to put it back into the thing, to put it back on the other character, and I was just annoyed. I was pissed off, I was annoyed, I was like, you know what? This is irritating. I'm not doing this anymore. So yesterday on stream, I finally just pulled the trigger and said, "Fuck it, we're gonna get rid of forestry. We're gonna get rid of scholar on this guy. We're gonna put jewel crafting and metalsmithing on him, so I can make my own armor and I can make my own jewelry on this guy. And since I'm gathering it all on this guy anyway, I don't have to worry about transferring it and everything. So that's what we started doing yesterday. So yesterday we were able to get the first two tiers done. So we got apprentice and jewelcraft journeyman done, and we just got to this one, expert, and we joined the guilds. We crafted our first craftables yesterday after at the end of the stream. So we crafted this one, which has 30 minutes left, and we crafted this one. We did it for both metalsmithing and jewel crafting. Because I had a few odds and ends just sitting around in my stash that was enough to craft those. So that's all I did yesterday, and then today we're going to pick up where we left off. And like I said, I don't think we're going to fully level the craftings to like the master level. I don't think we're going to master them, but I think we are going to be proficient in them to unlock the next tiers, all the way down to Supreme, because that's where I'm currently gathering materials for my quest zone that I'm doing. So probably level it all the way down to Supreme, so we have a lot of things to craft every day. It's just gonna be about me coming to these areas to get extra materials to be able to craft the dailies stuff, so I don't run out of materials easily. So I'll have to spend probably time offline, gathering resources. But as I level up the rep, which will take quite a while because the rep grind is fucking atrocious, we should start being able to get to a point where we can our own crafts finally. So that's kind of the goal right now. Is I'm taking a hiatus from doing the quest chains and stuff, questing in the new zone that we were working on in Wrath, to catch up on this to then go back over and to do the quest chains. Also, Cal, I do have a question. I don't know if you hear me. I don't know how much of this you actually heard because of the whole ad that I wasn't paying attention to. All right, Mandarin. I appreciate you. Take it easy, my friend. Appreciate you being here. Have a good one. See you this weekend for Path of Exiles. Um, but Cal, quick question. Um, oh, not quick. Not, I guess the question's the wrong idea. I love how twinking always gets modded. No matter how many times I allow it, it gets modded every time. Um, yeah, and that's kind of like the goal for me is I want to level this stuff up to get those rep crafts, so I can get the high tier gear equipped on this guy to juice out my stuff. Because if you look at my gear, like my amulet is a minimum level 60, but it only has 30 might, and then the level 75 one is basically double the points. So if I can get to that point where I can craft 75 gear and get to level 75, I'll like double my stats. But anyway, so we were doing chapter quests the other night, and it pushed me to an area I hadn't quested in before. So we started questing in the new area, Indrath. But there was another quest that I had from those chapter quests. It was the epilogues that I ended up with. We if Dig shows up tonight, which he usually does, I'm hoping he shows up somewhat soon. Would you be willing to help us with a dungeon? Um, so we were running a dungeon, we got to the final boss, but it's a DPS race boss, and we don't have the damage to be able to kill it because you have 3 minutes to beat him, and we were only able to do about 45% of his HP in the 3 minutes, so we couldn't kill it. It just the fight ends and you have to start over. So we were hoping it's a 3-man dungeon, so we were hoping that maybe you could come in with one of your lower level characters, roughly around like level 70, and DPS for us. Yeah, it's the North Cotton Farm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's the Cauldron boss. We killed the spider and everything. killed the one boss, but once we went to do the cauldron fight, it just we don't have the DPS to kill it. Yeah. Obviously, I want to help Dig get on the quest before we go there and do it. But we put it on hold because there was no way both of us could do it by ourselves. So we put it on hold. We were hoping that you were around that night, but you weren't. It was fine. I was gonna DM you in Discord, or at least at you, but I couldn't figure out which person was you in the Discord because when I'm in streamer mode, it doesn't show me people's names. It just shows me their first letters. I didn't know which one was you, so I didn't at you see if you were around. But we figured we would just put it on hold until we were a little stronger or we got a third that could help us. Oh, but this is my last night on Lotro for at least like I don't know 3 to 7 days maybe. Like I might take a week off of Lotro, for Path Exiles 2 before we head back to it. You know. So we got roughly 30 more minutes. So I'll do this until midnight, farming resources, and then we'll do our daily crafts for both of them, and we'll do uh we'll do the regular crafting after that to push us to the next tier, so we can just skip to the next section. I definitely will have to farm extra materials though. Um, Cal, quick question. If you don't mind me asking. Oh, Dig's here. Yes and no, Dig. First off, Cal is here, and Cal said he would help us with the cauldron fight. If you want to do your prerequisite quest to get you onto that fight first, I'm down to help you with that. And then we could all jump into the cauldron fight and take that on. I'm down. Secondly, I'm not gonna full grind tonight because the plan that I decided on, Dig, was I'm not gonna master each one of these going forward. Now that I have the guild rep crafts, I'm going to just get it to proficient so I can unlock the next tier all the way down to supreme, and then I'll start doing my daily crafts on them to get it to mastered as I push my way down the list. That's kind of the goal. I just need to obviously farm some extra materials. But I'm gonna farm this for about another 20 minutes roughly until my cooldown is off for the craft, and then I'm gonna push this to proficiency. And then if you want to do the dungeon around that point, we can all jump into the dungeon to clear it out. Oh damn, that's cool. That's pretty cool. I haven't even remotely gotten close to tinkering with that kind of stuff. I am a little sad that I'm gonna have to backtrack for deeds, but I'm also a little sad about some of the backtracking because there's gonna be a lot of quests that I didn't complete when I went through because I just missed them, but also some that I had to abandon because I wasn't gonna go back to do like a random like a 12-man raid, you know, because we don't have the people online to do them. So I abandoned it, so it saved me like quest rooms. So then I had to like somehow remember about that or find it, and a little sad that I'm gonna be missing out on a handful of quests, but at the end of the day, it's not that big a deal. All right, so the question is, after North Downs, where's the next place for ores? Because we go from this to dwarf iron, and isn't that the red iron in Misty Mountain? Or am I wrong about that? Like, couldn't I go to Misty Mountain and get the dwarf iron from there? Because I know Misty Mountain down here has like the ancient iron, but I thought the dwarf iron was all up here. I thought the giant one was ancient iron, but I thought above it, north of it, was the dwarf iron. Unless Angmar's a better place to farm it. I'm right next to Angmar. Oh, that place. Okay, over in Trollshaw. You're talking about Giant Valley, not yeah the giant one that I was talking about. Okay, yeah, you're not talking about giant halls. You're talking about Giant Valley. Okay, so there's a bunch here. Interesting. Okay, we can do that. Because the nice thing is, I think once we get past the dwarf iron, I think I have a ton of materials for the ancient iron already, and I'm pretty sure I have an absolute shit ton of supreme iron, like supreme resources as well. I've been farming that forever in Moria. Oh, but anyway, dig. Yeah, let me know when you're ready for the dungeon. I'm gonna grind until you're ready. Like I said, Cal said he'd be down to help us too, so just let us know when you're ready, when you're on the quest to do it. We can get a party going. There's a party going on. I think so Trollshaw I already did all the deeds. So I stopped doing deeds when I got to Moria. Well, other than Bree. Bree doesn't count, and the level 50 deeds in Ireland don't count. But I did all the deeds for all the places for what I could do at my current level when I was in them. For everything here except for I just started Edenwraith. Obviously these ones down here don't really count. But I didn't do Moria specifically. Oh, what up, Layden? How's your day going? Appreciate you stopping back in. Appreciate the raid last night too. Oh man, making good progress though. Fucking tired though. I got like 9 hours of sleep today, but I woke up. Like, so I went to bed really. Okay, so yesterday I only slept for 3 hours. So when I got off of stream, I struggled to stay awake. I went to sleep around 9:30, which is kind of early. Um, and then I woke up at like 6 ish, and I was like, "Damn, I'm awake." It's only 6. I was a little sad about it because you know being up at 6 and then staying up until 10 o'clock the next day, it's just a long day. Like it's not really long when you're actively like up and about doing things, but when you're sitting at a computer just staring at a screen, it can get really tiring really quickly. Like unless you're like active, like when you're playing like an FPS game or you're doing like a really interactive like raid or something in a dungeon, or something like that, it it gets your endorphins going. It keeps you like kind of awake and alert. But when you're just like mindlessly walking in circles or killing things mindlessly or whatever, like if your mind is just kind of not engaged, it can be really hard to stay awake. Like the main thing that keeps me awake at night when I'm like playing games right now is just chatting with you guys and just literally ranting and talking. The main thing that keeps me awake, especially when I'm fucking doing this. Oh God. Questing in mountains right now? Wait, what mountains? Misty Mountains? No, you said you were working on some alts and stuff. I'm gonna be over in Misty Mountains in a little bit. Maybe. Maybe. Um, I don't know if I really need ancient ore or not yet. I might need ancient silver. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask this earlier. We talked about it yesterday, and Dig told me it's just pure RNG, but I wasn't sure if anybody was aware of any like better way to farm precious metals, aka like silver, gold, and stuff like that. Not like the irons and stuff, but like the precious metals specifically for my jewelry crafting. Because the jewelry crafting is a big pain in the ass. The raw materials are really easy. It's just the precious metals can be a pain in the ass to find. So I wasn't sure if there was like some sort of, I don't know, method or something to be able to like find it more often, or maybe to like some sort of conversion or something I can do. What are this world boss is? Normally there's like a big dragon world boss sitting here. Or maybe someone killed him? I don't know. I haven't been here in a hot minute, so I don't know his spawn timers or anything. Whew. Oh. No, I'm talking about like, you know how like right now I'm running around and I'm getting like bountiful iron. But you can also get gold here. I'm talking about the gold, right? Because gold or like silver, you know, those things, the precious metal nodes that spawn, it feels like they spawn at like a third of the rate as like the regular like material nodes do. So I wasn't sure if there was a way to get the precious metal nodes to spawn more often, or if there's like specific locations that have more of them in an abundance or something. Or if maybe there's like a conversion you can do where you can convert like raw resources into like gold and iron or gold and silver and things like that and platinum. I just wasn't sure if there was like something I was missing. Because from my understanding, it's just pure RNG. Like they all have the same. So basically, like this rich iron could technically be um gold or iron. Same thing with this one. So each spawn location can spawn as one or the other, and it's just a RNG of what spawns there when it does spawn. Yeah, that's a definite big problem, Lighten. It's like I remember when I was younger, um, I had a job and like I ended up quitting my job because the way I look at it is like if I wake up and I dread going to work, I need a new job, regardless of how much money I'm making. I don't want to dread going to sleep because when I wake up, I have to go to my job. You know what I mean? Like my current job, I don't dread it at all. I don't look forward to going to work, but I don't dread it. It doesn't bother me to go to work. I'm like, I'm down. It's whatever. Cool. But I've had jobs where it's like, I don't even want to go to bed because I don't want to wake up to go to work. Like a driver, or are you like one of the cookers, you know? One of the one of the people at the shop that actually like flings the dough, puts the sauce, you know, cheesing it up, throwing it in the oven, cutting it, putting it in a box so that people take it when it cooks. Yeah. It's not a I don't know. I've never done it, but I wouldn't say that being too terrible of a job, depending on like a lot of factors, right? Your other coworkers, your shop itself, like how busy it is, your boss, your I want to say utensils for some reason, but like the things you have to cook with, right? As long as everything's like kind of up to par and you don't have dog shit ass employees, and you don't have like a dog shit ass boss or whatever, uh and even if it's busy, it's not too big a deal as long as everybody's pulling their weight, I guess. But like also like if you don't have to talk to the customers to take the orders, like that's a huge help because some people are just fucking ungrateful as fuck. They're just such dickheads. I mean, like I said, there's like 1,000 factors that go into it, but I don't know. I've never actually done it, so I don't know exactly how annoying and difficult it could. The most I ever did was I was a dishwasher for a Panera Bread, and that was a chill ass job. I had earbuds in almost the whole time, just doing dishes, grabbing dishes from out in the lobby, giving people soup. Like the line cooks or the line people that were giving out food, when they would run out of soup, I'd get them soup. When they run out of bread, I'd get them bread. That was a really chill ass job. Yeah, I don't have that location, Cal. Oh, actually, I never purchased it. I don't know if that means I can't go there, but I know I haven't purchased it yet with Lotro. I only came here because I was already up here and I knew I could get it up here. What the hell is this guy? You know? Yeah, I mean, it can be annoying, Lighten, when your bosses are lazy. Like, don't get me wrong, like, a GM shouldn't really need to be on the front lines, right? He shouldn't have to be up there taking orders and making the pizzas himself and everything. He's more or less a supervising role of making sure everybody's staying busy and everybody's doing their job. It's fine if a GM is kind of sitting on his ass because they have a lot more paperwork to deal with. They got to deal with orders, they got to deal with schedules, they got to deal with a bunch of other things, and that's fine. But your shift supervisor, aka like anybody else of management that's below him, should not be sitting around doing nothing. Those people are supposed to be on the front lines, leading by example, you know, picking up the slack wherever it's needed, kind of thing. Like that's how it should be. That's just bullshit. I remember, like I said, when I worked at Panera Bread, um, my store manager, probably one of the craziest store managers I've ever had in any job I've ever worked at. Swear to God, that guy was on meth 99% of the time. He was fucking wired out of his mind and just everywhere. But he'd come into work at like 5 a.m. and he wouldn't leave until like 11 at night. Like he was there 6 days a week, like all day long. It was crazy. He like never fucking slept. But he would sit in the office during downtimes, right? He would be doing orders, he would be doing schedules, he'd doing paperwork, whatever, be monitoring the cameras from his office. And he knew there was downtimes, because every store has its own like rushes, right? Dinner rush, lunch rush, breakfast, so on and so forth. Depends on, your location and what kind of restaurant you have or business. But during those times where he knew we were going to get a rush, he'd make sure he was available. So he'd be out and he'd be walking around and he'd just, when the lines were getting long, he would go and help, bring customers up. And then as he started like whittling those down, he would switch over and he would help like put out the food quicker so he can get the people through into the dining room faster and eating. And then once all that was done, he would go out and he would help bust tables to clean the tables faster. Like he was a really good manager. He was crazy as fuck, but he was a really good manager. The only manager I've ever had that was that hands on and he was insane. But he was also very childish. He was the kind of dude that would like come by on like downtime. All right, Edge, I appreciate you. Sleep well. I'll talk to you later. Like I said, tomorrow night, next night, it's the last epoch while I'm working. If you're down, let me know. He was the kind of guy that after a rush would happen or before a rush, he'd be like, "Hey, before dinner rush starts, you wanna take a break?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, you know." And he was like, "All right, I'm gonna go get us a pizza. You get us some paninis and some drinks. I'll meet you in the office like 10 minutes." I'm like, "Okay." So he would go and make us like a flatbread pizza, and he'd get us some like toppings and all this other stuff. He'd get us some like cookies and some like cinnamon rolls. Basically, we'd have like this fucking 5 course meal. We just sit in the office and we would just make fun of people on the fucking the cameras for like an hour. Cause like I was always like on top of my shit. Like I basically never had dirty dishes. Like as a dishwasher there, we almost never had a backlog of dishes. So he'd always like invite me to come hang out in the office. That my station was right next to the office anyway, and we could see the dining room to see if there's like a bunch of dishes out there. So dishes got full, I'd go run out there and grab them. Put them in the soaker, and come back and hang out for a little bit while longer, then run the dishwasher a few times. You know what I mean? It was like I was still working while I was hanging out with them, and we were monitoring. Make sure we weren't getting any rushes or anything was going on. But we would just sit back there and just shoot the shit like every day. It was just so funny. And then at the end of the night, he's like busting everybody's balls and just fucking being a weirdo. Oh yeah, crazy ass boss. Sure. What do you mean journeyman crafting level? Talking about the lower tier stuff. The what is it? I want to say iron for some reason. So the barrow's armor iron, right? And the silver. Is that what we're talking about? Where'd you find it? I was doing it in the Shire. It was okay. Northdowns? Yeah, so you're talking about down here, right? So you can do it down here, and then over here is the next tier. Yeah, because you can do it in North Bree right here. You can also do it right here as well. I think you can go into Evendem and you can do what I'm doing now too, but I don't know exactly. Yeah, down here. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, I think it's okay. I haven't tried that one specifically. I know, like I said, I did the Shire because that's where I was when I was doing my other one. I just kept keeping on. Okay, so I can go there to mine. I just yeah, so I can't do the rest of the stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, that place, I don't know. I'd have to try it. But I'd be worried that there'd be too much up and down and like path issues, right? But I mean, it could be insane. Like I said, I've never tried it though. Yeah, fuck that shit. I had woodworking and I had scholar. I dropped those yesterday because I just can't be bothered. I don't do woodworking and I don't do tailoring yet. I will be doing tailoring, but I don't do woodworking and I don't do tailoring and I haven't done any scholaring yet. So like not really worth me worrying about that on this character, so I dropped him. Uh and the goal for this character is prospecting, right? And metalsmithing with jewelry, so I can make all my armor and I can make my jewelry. And then I'm gonna make another character, which I have one, but I'm gonna delete him because I want a hobbit. And I don't know what class I'm gonna play, but I'm definitely gonna make a hobbit. But he's gonna be doing farming and cooking at some point, but that's later down the road. But up front, he will have tailoring and forestry, and then I'll have to buy the fourth slot for him so I can do farming and cooking on him. But I'm gonna get tailoring and forestry on him so I can send all the leather over to him, and then do the tailoring to make my cloaks for this guy. And then this guy will eventually get scholaring back so I can make pocket items. Alright. So I think we have enough materials. Let's get back to base. So craft. Dig, are you still chilling? I'm pretty much ready to take a break to do that dungeon with you whenever you have a moment. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Like, oh, I got another quick question for you guys. I think Dig answered it yesterday, but I want to validate. Um, so if I make an alt and I level him up via like uh event quests and stuff, can I bring him to a higher level town without doing any quests? Or do I have to do like main story quests and chapter quests in order to unlock towns and stuff? Yo, Topher, Mr. Lurker, what's going on? All right, the first one or the second one? Oh, oh, yo, that new map with trains? Oh,
Awesome Game Studio, and I'll walk you through the upcoming update in yet another Zombie Survivors. Let's start with
I don't,
the most exciting part, the new map, Dead.
I don't want to listen to this person.
Big thank you to all the creative souls who suggested the name. You nailed it. Get ready for heavy metal vibes, which you can hear now.
Oh, the music. Let's go.
Moody atmosphere and train tracks cutting right through the action. They can work in the enemy's favor.
Oh, I remember my train.
Time for something wild. Endless mode is.
I might have to actually go into the VOD and remove this soundtrack.
We've added infinite mode, allowing you to disable item slot limits, so you can go completely bonkers and break the game. Curious about new enemies? Well, some will throw bricks at you, some are Pyro's colleagues who chose the wrong path, some block your path with walls, and some are a little too cuddly. I'm not going to give anything away, but it's time to rethink your strategies.
Yo, I like it. Yo, who's that? Who's trying to touch me with their shovel? Yeah, I might have to go in and change the and whatchamacallit. I might have to remove the music from that VOD. That's the problem I keep running into is like whenever I watch one of those, if there's music in it, YouTube for the VODs, YouTube like whatchamacallit flags it as being like copyrighted, so I have to like remove the audio. All right, what we're doing again? All right, so let's start with this one. All right, so we need 2 gold. Make it all.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, thanks for the hydrate. Let's go.
Right now.
Okay, I gotta get water. Give me a second. Got my water, got my hydrate. Should be good to go. Oh. Yeah, Cal, like that's the problem. I was talking to you for a hot minute. I didn't realize you were in one, but basically, uh, with the way Twitch works for its ad revenue, it changed it. It used to be 3 minutes of ads once an hour. Now it's 5 minutes of ads once an hour. And the problem is they only allow you to do 3 minutes at a time. So the schedule is set up for every 36 minutes to run 3 minutes of ads. The problem is sometimes you don't get hit with an ad every 36 minutes, right? Sometimes it skips you because you already watched ads previously. And then sometimes you only get like a 30-second ad, and sometimes you get the full 3 minutes. So it kind of is annoying. It's not consistent. No, the 68's fine, Cal, because I'm 70 and I think Dig is like 72. So I think it'll be fine. Kind of keeps us from like being too overpowered for it. 'Cause that's like the problem is like we want to do these as close to legit as possible without being carried. But obviously that's completely null and void to a point because you know it's supposed to be done at 65 and we're now 70s, right? Now don't get me wrong, I think these ones could be done at 70 and it'd be fine because I think the expansion that it came out for was to level 70. I'm not 100% on that. I don't know the level increments for each patch or for each expansion, but I would expect it to be in increments of 10. Oh, I'm playing Yellow Bear Cow, so the healing won't be a problem. So you can focus purely on damage. All right, sounds good, Lighten. Have a good time, and hopefully work isn't too bad for you. I appreciate you. Sleep well. I'll talk to you later, and maybe we'll catch you this weekend playing Path of Exiles 2, if you're interested. But at the same time, what I was gonna say, Cal, is we have some dungeons from Moria that even at level 70 we weren't able to do. Right, we were getting shit on by some of the bosses. So I feel like if we wanted to keep with the true sense of it, we would have had to get an entire 6-man party to complete them instead of over leveling it and going back to clear them. So that is kind of like I said, a little hypocritical, little stupid, but kind of like what we're left with right now. It's either A, we get a level 150 to carry us through it and just do it, or we over level it a little bit and do it ourselves, kind of thing. Yeah, I just don't know what the like when they came out, what level they were designed for, right? Were they designed for level 65? Were they designed for level 75? Were they designed for level 70? like in mind? Like, what was the level cap? What were you supposed to be running at like max level to do it? Because it says that it's like a level 65. It starts at level 65. So I'm wondering, was it designed to be done at level 65 with a 6 man or a 3 man party or whatever? I don't know. That's kind of what I was curious on. Is it hard? Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's hard for level 150 to do. There is one dungeon that I couldn't figure out how to do legit. I don't remember what it was called, but you had to kill like the two ogres and you had to keep them apart, but it seems like they share an aggro table. So if one person's pulling too much aggro, the other one from the other side of the room will run over to him. And no matter how many times you taunt him, he basically goes right back to that guy over and over and over again. There's nothing you can do to keep them apart. So I don't know if we were doing something wrong or what, but that dungeon sucked. Okay. So in theory you were supposed to do it at like max level 70 as a 3 man party or whatever, or 6 man or whatever. Oh, 5 streak, let's go, skills. What's going on today? How you been? Appreciate you stopping on in. Oh man. I'm feeling really tired today, even though I slept pretty good. I think it's just because I've been up for 6 hours already. I think being up for 6 hours just I'm already like somewhat just tired and drained. I'm doing good. I just feel tired. I got some stretching in at the start of the stream. I'm feeling okay right now. I might have to stretch some more because my lower back's been kind of really stiff. Uh, I mean, I could be stretching right now since we're just doing a whole ton of crafting. Like I'm 183 crap, bro. This is gonna take 15 minutes itself. So I'm gonna lay on the floor and chat with you guys after I go pee. um, while I stretch my back a little bit. All right, we're back from the bathroom. Oh, lay down, stretch a little bit. All that crafting thing, crafts for like fucking 30 years. I thought about that, Cal. A buddy of mine that used to stream all the time. He got on a new work schedule, but he had one of those. I don't know what they're called, but yeah, he swears up and down by it. He says every day, and he loves it. And I thought about that, but they're so terrifying. Like dangling by your ankle, upside down, just sounds really scary. But I think it would feel because I have a pull-up bar and I can dangle from a pull-up bar, but it's not really the same. I feel like because you have to use a lot of your back muscle, hold yourself up, use your arms, right, hands. So you can't like loosen your back to do the dangle. Uh, I feel like your lower body, yeah, it can weigh up to full, but I feel like your upper body is just shoulders, your head, your arms, and everything, versus just your ass and your leg. Granted, they should be 50-50. Some people have big asses, some people have small asses. I don't know. I don't really have a place to put it, and I have to buy one. I don't really want it to kind of just let the try one. Look crazy. God. You hear me, right? Making sure. Looks like you can. Maybe sporadically. I don't know if you can hear me kind of on the floor, not really facing the mic, so it might be a little hard to hear me sometimes, I guess. Uh, oh. Oh, is Dick still there? Oh, God. Just appear on us? Oh. The ball! Shooting the ball. The ball! Stupid. I've heard it way too many times. Oh. Alright, Yo, Dig, you getting online? Oh, you're 674 as well. You know, one of these days, I will upgrade my legendary item too. I still haven't done that. Yeah, minimum level 56. I haven't upgraded this thing in so long. I haven't done anything to this thing in so long. I was gonna wait until I leveled, because I'm halfway to 71, and then I was gonna do it. I was gonna do it at 66 and I forgot, and then I was gonna do it before when I was like 69, and I forgot because I was in Rivendell and I just forgot to do it when I was there. I was like, fuck it, I'll just do it when I hit 71. Yeah, it's definitely very forgetful. Oh my god, we've only done like 60 crafts, bro. This take a fucking forever. Ah, you know, like a bulk craft that I can do? Like, holy shit. Oh man. Oh, Topher. Woo! You gonna do your you're gonna reprint this week? Reprints, baby. Let's go. Oh, Topher, how do you like the new update for the Apotheosis shown on the screen? I don't know if that was always there or if that's just a recent thing, but I never noticed it until recently. I like this. It shows you like what ascendancy like tier you're at or whatever. Transcend. I like this. That's always been there. Oh, okay. But I did hit Apotheosis 2 yesterday. So I did do that. And I'm working on my ascension sacrifices. What do you mean click it? Like these? I'm clicking it at the top. Oh, that. Gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, but I'm stuck in world tier 33. I don't know what I need to do to make it a little stronger. Other than obviously upgrading my weapons. Like I think that's what's holding me back. Like I haven't been able to upgrade any of my stuff yet. 'Cause I need the materials. Yeah, that's what I figured I'm missing. I need all this stuff. Like I'm so far behind in this stuff. That's really fucking me over. But all good. Alright. We got so long to go, bro. Okay, so did any of you okay, so we were talking about this earlier. There's a game that I was pretty interested in. Obviously, I think I'm gonna try Blessed or Blessed Unleashed down the road. But this new one, what's it called again? I put one on my wish list the other day, but this one right here. This one looks pretty cool. You guys tell me what you think of it. So to sum it up, basically it's like an isometric, like a Diablo-esque playstyle. Wife's calling me. Give me a second, guys. All right, give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Wife just need to go get the cat. All right, I'm back. Sorry. Ugh. Yeah, but it's like Path of Exile style play style, like Diablo style, with survival uh aspects and building and crafting. I thought it was pretty cool. You can build your own base and you can explore. I thought it was pretty cool. Edge was telling me though that it's early access, obviously, but they won't have co-op until like next year. So I'm gonna put that on hold, obviously, to be able to play it. But that's pretty cool. The video that it was just showing. He was shooting a bow from being on the raft. I thought that was pretty cool. But there's like mining and crafting and stuff. That was pretty cool. Yeah, the reviews are very mixed, Cal, but it looks cool. I think Beyond the map will be fun, but just like any survival crafter game, it'll be boring after a while. There's another one. I added to my wish list. I don't even know how to check my wish list. Uh, there was another one I added recently. This looks cool. I added this the other day. It's basically City of Skylines, but like I think crazier. Oh, you finally done with WoW? Okay. Peaks and Tide. This one looks really cool. So another open world survival crafter action RPG style. So yeah, like mounts you can ride, you can fly. So it's kind of like Ark Survival. It feels like. So it looks pretty sick. Anyway, this one looked pretty cool as well. No, we're currently in the process of making the bars. We were waiting for you because we wanted to know when you were going to be ready for doing the dungeon. I did want to try Fractured online as well. It doesn't look as good as Bless, but I mean it's something. But we are going to be playing Blue Protocol when it comes out. So that's something. I don't even remember this one. Yeah, I don't remember this one. This one, meh. I don't know what this one is either. But Bitcraft 1000% I want to play this. The thing is, it's like it's $30 right now, and I was told that when it leaves early access, it's going to be free to play. And it's supposed to leave early access like the end of the year or something like that. And this one's on my it's on my wish list, but I don't know if I'll ever play it, even if I did get it. Because it looks badass and the combat looks sick. But I think the rest of the game is just kind of dog shit. I'll probably never play this. I don't know why this is on my wish list. Nimrod just doesn't look like my cup of tea. This one also looks badass, but it's way too bullet hell for me. I'll probably never play that. Why is Chrono on it? Oh, this is like Dark Souls-esque, right? Oh yeah, this one did look sick. Kind of gave me Dark Souls-esque combat feelings, but MMORPG. So it's like a much cleaner looking like New World in my opinion. I think this could be sick. I think this could be sick. As I don't take that kind of stuff so seriously, Dig. Like even when a game first comes out, what I take more seriously is the steps they make going forward for correcting issues, right? Like, do they take feedback from the community? And if they do, are they actually implementing it? Are they doing a good job of implementing it? or are they ignoring people, or they just, you know what I mean? Like, because take New World for example. I've talked about this a bunch before, but when New World first came out, you know, I said I'll give them 3 months to make the steps in the correct direction. Not that they needed to fix everything, not that they needed to, you know, make a badass game, but as long as they're making progress in the right direction, or at least what I would deem the right direction, then I'm okay with the game, right? I'm okay with it being in a bad state. I'm okay with it struggling. Obviously, I just take breaks wherever I need to, you know, to pass time. You guys are in an ad. I'm gonna wait a few minutes. Give me a second. Bum 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 bum. This is so slow. Ugh. Dun, 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 dun. Is it, bro? This shit takes forever, dig. Ugh. This is almost more time consuming than gathering the resources. Oh, really? Oh, God. That would be dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Are you almost ready to do that dungeon again, Dig? I wanted you to get on the quest chain for it so you could actually complete the quest while we killed the boss. Oh, the North Cotton Field farm thing that we were doing, the cauldron fight. Cal said he'd be willing to help us. He'd come on his rune keeper. Like level 68 or something. Anyway, but back to what I was saying. Since the ad's over now. But yeah, so New World, like I watched some of the playtest stuff, I watched some of the beta stuff and everything, and it looked okay. I had promise for it, right? So I was okay with buying it. So I bought it, I started playing it, and you know, obviously there's glaring issues right off the bat, and I'm fine with that, you know, it's new release, it's expected. You know, kind of grain of salt at it, right? But the glaring issues that were apparent and they knew about it because the reason you knew about it is you would go to the forums and you'd google the issue and there'd be forum posts about it and there would be people on the forums talking about it and there would be people from from New World replying to it and saying, yeah, we understand it's an issue, we're looking into it, blah 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 blah. They knew it was an issue, but yet they would not fix the issue, right? They would acknowledge that it was an issue, but then wouldn't fix it. Can we? Oh, that was fucking weird. Um, so prime example, there was what do you call it? There was achievements and stuff in the game for completing quest chains, right? Uh, for specific zones, aka like Evan Dim had one, or not Evan Dim, Everfall had one. Uh, God, I can't even think of the names right now. I want to say Westfall for some reason, but basically all the starting zones had a quest chain achievement to complete these specific quests, and you get the achievement. Well, one for Bright something, Bright Hole, Brighter Shores, Brighter Dawn, whatever the fuck it is, Bright Hole. Um, the NPC was missing to even start the quest chain. And it was a known issue. It was on the forums. They acknowledged that it was an issue and they were looking into it. And 2 years later, they still never fixed it. And all they instead they removed the achievement from the achievements page rather than just turning the NPC on. It was ridiculous. But knowing that this was a glaring problem for quest chains, knowing that there was a few other glaring problems with the game, instead of fixing these core mechanically broken problems with the game, they thought that it was a bigger pressing concern and a bigger priority to nerf the spawn rate of boars because people were farming boars all day long to max out their weapon proficiencies and gathering leather. So that was a more pressing concern than fixing a quest chain that didn't work or fixing a boss that refused to spawn unless the server was restarted. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like all this other mechanically broken shit with the game. But no, the boars were a problem, guys. People sitting there farming weapon XP was a problem. So it just pissed me off that they would fix things that, in my opinion, were very low on the priority list because farming weapon XP is whatever. Maxing your weapon out, what does that really do for you? It gives you an extra point or two because getting to 19 was easy, getting to 20 just took a little longer. Like maxing your weapons out was it was yes, it was a thing, but there was so many ways to farm the XP anyway that would just happen to be fastest and easiest. People would farm it, max their weapon out, and then move on. It wasn't a game breaking problem. But not being able to farm a boss because he only spawned once on a restart was a problem because you couldn't get the drops from the boss. You couldn't do the quest for the boss, right? You couldn't do certain quest chains because the NPCs didn't exist. Or the item that was required to drop wouldn't drop from the mob because it wasn't coded into the game to even drop it. So it's just like, yeah, guys, all this is broken, but we're gonna fix the boars, right? And there was many other things that they did that were very stupid changes and fixes, but there was other things that were so much more damning and problematic that they refused to touch for over a year. It's just like, bro, the first 3 months a game is out is the most crucial to make actual real changes to a game to keep your player base healthy. And when your player base is seeing you do just frivolous, stupid nerfs and changes, it makes them not want to play your game because they have no faith that you're going to fix anything. You skip the first 2 years. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I personally think that the game was great. I love New World. I still like New World a lot. I do have glaring problems with the game and why I don't play it all the time. But depending on how things go, um, the new expansion slash DLC that's coming, I think by the end of the year, if it's free, like Brimstone was, I will go back and play a new Iron Man playthrough of New World for the new DLC. But if it is a purchasable, I will not play it. That game will be completely written off to me because I will not buy another DLC for that game. And it's not that I have a problem with giving companies money to support them, but it's almost 4 years into the game's release and they still haven't done anything to smooth out the combat. The combat is still a problem. The combat is cool, but it's problematic with the hitboxes and the way that every attack in the game makes your character move. So when a boss attacks and moves forward, and when you're attacking and moving forward, it forces the two hitboxes to collide, which causes them to spiral around each other, causing the hitboxes to kind of mesh in a way that forces your characters to push each other, and then it throws off the auto aiming and locking system, and you tend to miss a lot of abilities, and you just dash next to him instead of attacking, or you're trying to like avoid a hit but you can't because you're stuck inside of a hitbox. Like there's a lot of problems, and on top of that, all of the attacks from any mob in the game will interrupt your attacks unless you have grit. So grit is the most important thing in the entire game, and if you don't have grit 24/7, then it literally just you can be infinitely staggered by mobs if you don't iframe or dodge roll the hits or have grit. It's just annoying to have to play that way. And if there's enough mobs on you, you can literally be permanently staggered and stunned into a corner and killed. Because you can't get out, because you can't dodge roll out at a certain point unless you have like some sort of movement skill to dash your way out, like burnout or something, or I don't know, a couple other miscellaneous like the whirling blades thing or whatever, something to go through an enemy. You can get stuck in corners, you can get knocked off of ledges and cliffs. There's so many ways that like the mobs can kill you just purely from attacking you. And it's just stupid. Yeah, and that's true too, Dig. Is like there was problems in the betas and the alphas that never got addressed. Um, and I want to say the reason that is because instead of fixing the issues that they were running into that they were seeing, they instead revamped their game every time. So instead of just sticking with the game that they had and um fixing the glaring problems, they just uh they just said, fuck it, we'll just change our game up so they don't see the problems anymore, but the problems were still present. So it was just stupid. We're 1 XP away. So we are officially moved on to the next one. So we can work towards this one. We need to get dwarf iron next. I need to buy the rep item for it. All right, let's go do jewelry really quick. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too, Cal, is like New World is cool and all, and I like it, but from the standpoint of a player that doesn't really PvP, there's not much to do in the game. From a person that enjoys crafting and gathering resources, there's a very finite amount of stuff that I can actually do in that game every day, right? We got daily crafts or weekly crafts, and we got some gatherables and stuff like that, and we can farm proficiencies and whatnot. We can make best in slot gear and sell it if we really wanted to, but at the end of the day, like, what does that truly really give me, right? Like, I can have max gold cap, but what is having all that gold gonna do for me, right? If I have best in slot gear and I'm selling best in slot gear, I have no need for it. Now, the only thing I can think of is possibly as the metas change with the nerfs and buffs that come along, I have to get new best in slot gear and stuff. But there's nothing to really use it for, right? There's no need for me to be running mutations. There's no need for me to be running raids. There's no need for me to be doing PvP because there's nothing that I need from those to acquire anything, to craft anything, right? I wish they would revamp into that and they would change it to where there are craftable materials that you can only get from raids. There's craftable materials you can only get from mutations. There's craftable materials you can only get from doing PvP. If they would change it to where the aspects of the in-game aspects of the game, you could obtain craftable materials to use for crafting goods, to then craft these goods that are consumables that are used for raids and dungeons and things like that. Um, it would then allow for the crafters to be forced into running mutations, or to run outpost rushes and stuff like that, or to do the raids to get the craftable materials as drops from the raids to then use to craft goods that the PvP players need for wars, or that the mutation players and raid players need to craft like specific consumables to buff themselves, to make themselves stronger every week, right? Like I think that would be great. Now you run a raid, you complete the raid, you get like, I don't know, let's say you get like 10 of this resource you need, so you can make 10 of the items. You only need one for yourself, right? And then the other 9 you can craft to sell. Right? They're consumable. So like the consumable will last like an hour. So let's say it's like it's an item that you can equip to your armor piece that increases your stamina, your HP by blah for X amount, for X amount of combat or whatever. It just something like that would be really cool to have. All right, so now we got to go and farm up platinum and dwarf iron, and also whenever Dig gets back from the bathroom, Cal, I think we'll be ready to run the dungeon now that he's actually here and available. Torn if I want to go up here to farm it, or if I want to go to Troll Shell. I think Troll Shell is probably better, like you were saying. Rivendell area. Give that a shot, see if we can get a decent amount down there. Oh, oh, I don't have fast travel with the Troll Shot, really. Uh, well, what we could do, they do have Oast. Could go to Oast. Force over. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I wanted to wait for you to be on the quest to kill the boss before we decided to do it, because I didn't want to like have to run it twice if we didn't have to. Oh, they have rich iron here too. I didn't realize all lands had the rich iron. All right. Uh. Yeah, I wish New World would go that route. Give crafters a lot more flexibility for um continuous crafting. Things that are needed 24/7, more than just food, right? Like food makes sense, health potions and buff potions make sense, but there needs to be more than just arcana and cooking for buffs. There needs to be things that attach to armors. There needs to be things that attach to weapons, more than just the sharpening stones. There needs to be, you know, uh, more stuff that they can craft that is consumable that people need to buy for buffing themselves for min maxing. Yo, what up, mate? What's going on, man? Appreciate you stopping in. How's life? You gonna be doing your reprints soon?
Would you like a
Oh,
cup?
thanks for the hydrate as well.
Thirsty as fuck right now.
Ugh. All right. But did I invite you to the wrong thing? Someone sent me something in the mailbox. Yeah, I think Light sent me something in the mailbox, but doesn't realize that I'm playing. I know they're already sleeping, but I don't think they realize that I'm playing Solo Cellphone / Iron Man. Nice, you're almost done with Mirkwood. Do you have the epilogue quest, Dig, for what I'm talking about doing? Do you have that one yet? I don't remember what it was even called. Was it this one? Not it either. Oh, I think it's this one. No, maybe not that either. I don't know which one it is. Which one is it? Oh, it's this one? Okay. Yeah, it says that you're on the earlier quest. It says you're on chapter 1. So you got to do chapter 1, chapter 2, and then you'll be on the one I'm on. Okay. So, I mean, you can take a few minutes if you want. I can just farm while I wait. Just let me know when you're ready. Yeah, I saw that yesterday, Cal. It was like a ×5 thing. I just don't know if that's for all prospects. You know what I'm saying? I only saw it for a few different things. I didn't see it for everything. Also, Cal, we'll be ready in a little bit here if you want to get online a little bit and message me. We're just waiting on Dig to catch up on the he has to do chapter 1 and chapter 2. Oh, so is it not a good ratio to do the bulk crafts? Gotcha. I mean, that's true. Like, I think I have a 25% chance to crit, though, with my universal tool. Yeah, so jewel crafting. Oh, that's jewel crafting, not prospecting. Yeah, I don't have any chance to really crit with prospecting. I'm specifically talking about prospecting. Yeah. I feel like 5% isn't really much. Can you crit with the bulk process as well? Because the bulk process also has a 5% chance, then it's not a big deal. Depending, obviously. I still think you would lose out on some in the long run, but oh, ah, almost over to the valley. You're talking about doing the giant valley or whatever. Give that a shot. But yeah, I've just been so bored gaming lately. I really want something new to pass time. That's why, like, I was hoping to be able to play, Deckcraft soon. Hoping to be able to play the other one. Talking about it earlier. Oh, yeah, Blue Protocol and some of the other MMOs that are like slated to come out sometime soonish. I just can't wait. Even if they're bad, I just want something to play that's different, that's new, something that I can just jump into and experience fresh. Yep, all good. Like I said, we're just waiting on Dig to get on the chapter 3. He's on chapter 1 right now. It shouldn't take him too long to get to chapter 3. Then I'll be ready to go whenever Dig's ready. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I think it wanted you to like kill somebody in the dungeon, and then it moved you to this part, which wants you to kill the other guy inside the dungeon or some shit, right? Because you have to talk to the dude inside the dungeon, progress the quest or some shit, if I remember correctly. All right, Cal, you want to send me a message when you're done, and I'll write you. Oh, also, Dig, I found that the fourth profession is going to cost me about 1,000 Lotro points to unlock for whichever character I do it for. So I need 2,000 just to get both of them unlocked for both characters. It's quite a lot. But also, in order to progress my rep with the guilds, I need 300 Lotro per guild one, right? To push past apprentice or something, according to the wiki page. So I'll have to hit the 600 rep or 600 Lotro to be able to push my rep past a certain point. You might have got it on sale. I mean, that's just what it says. Here, take a look. So it says, uh, current standing with the guild. Note that free and premium players will have to unlock the guild reputation with Lotro points in order to advance past apprentice of the guild status. So to go past apprentice, I'll have to spend Lotro supposedly. Yeah. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. It's only 300 points, so I mean, that's pretty easy to farm up. I can make an alt character and I can farm that up in like an hour, maybe. Maybe two. Yeah, it's like I said, it's 300 points per guild, right? So I need 600 points to do both guilds on this character. It's actually 295, but you know, it's what it is. All right. So we needed to do North Cotton Farm, right? Gonna set it to 65. We don't get shit on too hard. Yeah, Cal. I'm playing Yellow Bear, so healing shouldn't really be a problem. Like, obviously, if things start going real south, like you could throw out a heal to help out, but shouldn't be too big a deal. Could focus on just attacking whatever fucking Dig's attacking and killing it best you can. Yeah, I'm Yellow Bear, Dig. Yeah, Yellow Bear. Dig, Cal wants to know if you talked to the Hobbit near the gate. I'm pretty sure the first thing was like you had to find three guys or something. You had to like rescue three Hobbit guys. We good now? Quick question, Dig, before we keep going. We already rescued one guy. Did that one count for you? It should say one of three. I'm pretty sure that was like one of the quests. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Because if it wasn't one of three, then I was just gonna restart the dungeon. I'm lagging? It's always great. Well, that went much smoother with the DPS. Dude, the fucking Runekeeper is pumping out some deeps, man. What the fuck? That shit's crazy. Oh. Keep forgetting I don't have a stun. That's my bad. Burn the boss down. Joke. That's number 2. Oh, not looking forward to these the poisoners. Those guys hit like fucking trucks last time. Yeah, I didn't mean to fear it. Yeah, I think with Cal here, we'll definitely have more than enough damage to clear this shit. Alright, that should have been the third one. I don't know if you gotta talk to this guy or not. Takes a while for that guy to give us the key, I think, but ooh, man. Hey, what are we waiting on? What's going on? You got a pet pony? That's pretty cool. Oh, you're reading. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thought we were like messed something up. Hmm. Alright, we're all on the same quest now. Okay. Oh shit, I fucked up. I did that last time too. I ran around the corner and they just fucking bum rushed me. I'm gonna fight the warrior first because I'm pretty sure that's the one that really fucks us last time. Oh, I didn't answer you? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, what? What do you mean you dislocated a bone? The hell? I'm doing pretty good. I got like 9 hours of sleep today, but I feel really tired because I feel like I woke up too early. Like I woke up at 6. I just feel like that's just way too early. Like I woke up so early that by the time I got on the stream, I was already tired. You know what I mean? So I'm fine though. Like I said, I slept well. I had like, oh my god, I got like 9 hours of sleep. So I mean, sleep wise, I slept fine. It's just, I said, since I've already been up for like over 7 hours, I'm just starting to feel a little sleepy sitting here. All right, well, this boss really sucked last time. Oh, so I'll do my best to do what's needed. Yeah, I'm gonna try that dig, but I kind of do want to try and stand on you to see if I do take less damage as well. Kind of just curious. Honestly, it'll probably be fine if just me and Cal stack on each other behind him and soak the damage, and then you kind of just eat it like you have been, and I just heal you through it. It'll probably be fine just doing that. I'm taking so much damage right now. It's actually driving me insane. I feel like we didn't take nearly as much damage last time. I feel like you're just not getting heals. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I feel like I'm healing you, but you're just like not getting healed. I wonder what was chunking us randomly. Was there like a curse on us or something that I wasn't seeing? Oh yeah, I forgot about the poison. Okay. Yeah, I never really noticed it before because I was always behind him. And I felt like I was behind him this time, but I still was getting hurt by it. Didn't make a lot of sense. I was expecting to take damage from the big you know, the stackable one where you're supposed to stack to soak, but that really wasn't fucking me up that much this time. We had Cal there this time. How'd you guys get here before me? What the shit? Oh, was that the door? Oh, I'll talk about it. The door he went through, I could have went through him and just been here. I ran all the way here and I'm like, wait, how'd you guys get here already? It's like, what the fuck? Should be fun. We get to slap hose. Where's that baby powder? Let's go. I'm gonna slap a hobbit. Yep. Yeah, whoever's running around slapping people, or whoever's running around staying away, just make sure you slapping hose and doing water stuff. I don't know what to do after we do the cauldron part, but go slap people. I can't get to it. We've dropped too much poison on it. Okay, we did the first part. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, stop dropping it on us. I don't know what just killed you and what's killing me, but it really hurts. Okay, that was painful. I guess he was just doing like degen or something around him. Was not expecting that. I didn't even see poison on me though. Like I literally was looking at my bar and I was gonna cleanse, but I didn't have anything on me. That's why I was confused. I didn't even see him looking at us. I'm pretty sure the poison shoots in front of him as a cone, right? We were both behind him, so that doesn't make any sense. Alright, so we gotta talk to somebody else. Is that guy outside or something? I'm assuming. So we can leave this. Stop slapping hobbits, it's mean! Alright, so we can leave instance, I'm assuming. Yeah. Which bone, if you don't mind me asking? That's crazy. I have to go all the way to Evendom now? Huh. I don't know if you can dislocate that spot specifically. Like you can dislocate your elbow, you can dislocate your shoulder, you know, those types of things, but I don't know if you can dislocate like the wrist bones. I mean, it's possible, I guess. But there's so many little bones in there that like kind of free float. I feel like that's a little interesting. All right, so I need to get over to Evandim now, I guess. Let me grab this code really quick. I'll teleport. Because I'm pretty sure Diggs said that this quest chain has a lot of other dungeons in it as well. I'd like to get them all done if we can. And I'll come back and do more profession stuff after. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Give me just a second. Oh, you're talking about this quest chain is really long? Ooh, great. Evandom. What's the closest thing I can teleport to for Evandom? Think it's the Shire, maybe? Run up. I think that's the closest one I can do. Party tree. Head down to Hobbiton, and then we'll run up the rest. Oh, oh, can't even fast travel there, really. Okay, what's north of it? I mean, we can always try the 6-man. It might be rough, though. It just really depends on how much damage the mobs do to you, to know if I can heal you through it or not. That's really the deciding factor. Yeah, that's a lot of agility. Holy shit. Weird that the set bonus gives you might, though. It's like agility, vitality with fate, and then it gives you a little bit of might for the set bonus. Is it supposed to be like just a well-rounded piece or something? Alright, so we're trying to get to. Was this whaling or something like that? Whaling? Dwelling or whatever the fuck it's called. Yo, Cal, you're level 69, baby. Let's go. Giggity. One of us. One of us. Giggity. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's go. Oh, man. I'm getting really tired, though. I'm definitely gonna. So, the problem is, like, tempted to take a nap when I get off stream for like an hour before me and the wife go do errands. She doesn't normally wake up till like 7. I usually get off stream at like 5. Like soak the dog's food, maybe take like an hour, hour and a half nap. Then me and her go run some errands. I come home probably around 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then go to sleep till about 5 for work and get back up. I mean, don't get me wrong, like 7 hours of sleep is fine. I just struggle staying awake in the middle of the night now. Like if I wake up at 5 o'clock, bro, I'm dead tired by like 3 a.m. So like me waking up at 6, I'm already struggling right now. It's almost 2. Ugh, a little difficult for me. Oh, yeah, man. Is North Downs? Okay. I mean, I don't think we have to go there, but I just need to know the name of it so I can instance this in. But once I get up here, we'll figure it out. The fuck? 3,000. Oh, it's the one in North Downs. Okay. Do we have to go there to do it? Yeah, as we have to talk to the person, right? Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I have to talk to the guy there first. Um, gonna be a bunch of running. So last week, wait, what? Last week, what? All right, while we're running, guys, I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'm really hungry. Sorry for the delay, guys. That took a little longer than I expected because ran into some complications, but should be fine. We're gonna go to North Downs, Emetoy or whatever. That'll work. We'll just jump off as we run by. Okay, so you want me to just throw us in, maybe? Uh, talk to better in the town of Stoneheight. Like it just says in the town of Stoneheight. Like I don't get it. Like, do I have to talk to that guy over there, or is he just not there? Okay. It's just weird that they're telling us to go over there. Yeah, I can't even go into it for some reason. Grayed out. Okay, that's fine. A pea turned into a poo. Wait, what? Oh no, that's not what happened. But no, I went in there. It's like, huh? Where I wanted to eat. Like, oh, there's leftover Johnsonville cheddar brats. So I went to microwave them. I was like, all right, let's pull out some bread. I pulled out some bread, pulled out some cheese to go with it, pulled out some ketchup and mustard, and I went to, I put the cheese on the bread, right? And I had the bread sitting on top of the bread loaf, right, in the bag. That I didn't have on my plate at the moment. But anyway, I went to put the ketchup on the thing, and it just the liquid from the ketchup came out of the bottle, and I guess I didn't shake it enough, but it just shot liquid all over the bag, all over the counter. I was like, God damn it! So I start cleaning up the bag, and then the microwave finishes, and I open the microwave, and the brat exploded partially, and it shot cheese all over the inside of the microwave. So I had to clean that out. Oh, it's so annoying. Oh, can't you just return it? I mean, I know you can return. Like we went to Sam's Club the other day. Sam's Club has a really good return policy though. And we bought fruit, and when we got home, it had mold on it, so we just returned it. So usually, Tover, if you buy something, you come home, you find out it's bad or whatever, you can bring it back as long as you have your receipt saying you bought it that day or the day before. Usually they'll let you return it or exchange it. Oh, that's pretty cool, Kaz. Also, Kaz, we're about to be getting into a 6-man dungeon. If you want to join us to help, probably in the next like hour. Yeah, that sucks, Topher, when you're like, oh man. Yeah, so they probably had it and they probably like somewhat a lot of times what happens is they get to the counter and they're like, oh, well, I don't have my wallet, so they leave all their stuff. Or they walk around the store and they decide that they're missing the key ingredient they need, so they just leave everything. And they just, you know what I mean? So what ends up happening is like that meat will just sit there until someone does the go backs. And then by the time they get around to doing the go backs, like it's bad. They just put it back on the shelf like idiots. Gonna have early charge. All right, sounds good. That sounds good. I just figured it out for. But yeah, that sucks. And that's so annoying too, Tover. It's like, oh, I bought all the stuff to make me subs for dinner. Sub sounds great, or like a big juicy sandwich, you know. And you open it up and you're like, oh, now I can't even have it. You know, such a letdown, man. I've had that happen so many times with other things. Like, I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna have this big ass bowl of cereal, and I'm like, no milk. Fuck. You know, like, oh, so sad. Yeah, I saw. Big thanks. Tomatoes or pickles, because I mean, can you have ketchup though? Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, can you have ketchup? Well, I guess we're running at 70. At 65. Okay, because there's not an actual seed in the ketchup. It's processed down or whatever. I mean, there might be seeds in it. They just might not be whole seeds anymore, right? That's annoying. Is that like a for like a test kind of thing, or is that just like going forward medically? That blows. I love me some of that stuff. I mean, I could make do without it because I don't really eat tomatoes. Um, what else did you say? I don't eat pickles all that often, but I do eat me some rice. If I couldn't have rice, I don't know what I'd do with myself. That sounds awful. Not gonna lie. Yeah, so it's like you chance fucking up your stomach for some good food, you know? So it's not really worth it. Yeah, like I said, not really worth it. does suck that, you know, it might be foods that you really like. Like, if they told me I couldn't have cheese anymore, I don't know what I'd do. If I couldn't have starch anymore, oh my god, I'd probably just, I don't know, just have them remove my stomach. I don't think I could do it. I'm kind of with you on that one, Topher. Cheese and starch, I can't live without. Like, even though cheese makes me phlegmy, and I'm pretty sure I have like a slight allergy to it, I don't think I could live without it. You guys don't have names. Where'd your names go? Yep, pretty much, Dig. Wait, kill the filthy Beorning. Hey, that's mean. Don't kill the Beorning. Oh, I was about to big heal you. My bad. Oh, I popped my big heal right when you did. You have a lot of debuffs and buffs going on. What the fuck? Oh shit, sorry. Big heal. You start taking real big damage out of nowhere sometimes. That's my bad. I don't know what else I can do for you. All of my heals are on cooldown. And I have nothing else I can do for you. Revive you. I don't know why, but you were just taking buttloads of damage. Yeah, I don't know what to do. You're just taking so much damage. Oh, they ran out of rage, and all my heals were on cooldown. I don't know what I was doing wrong there, or what we needed to do. I know! I accidentally started it at 65. You want to leave and restart it? I just kind of walked into it and it auto started it at 70. I didn't get to change it. I mean, I did good until he got him to 50%, and then out of nowhere, he just started crushing. I don't know what happened. I mean, let's just try and see if Cal healing helps towards the end there. Like I said, I ran out of rage. Like I legit ran out of rage during that fight, and all of my good heals were on cooldown. So I didn't know what more I could do. If it doesn't work, we'll get reset it to 65. Wait, I was gonna say, where's the plus? I wonder if we're supposed to leave the little guys alive, because it felt like he like got so many buffs on him the longer we were fighting him. I don't know. Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are. Yeah, maybe we can try it. I don't know. Let's see. Yep, all good. Yeah, I just thought it was weird because like I was keeping up with the healing quite well, and then right when we got past the 50% mark or something, he just started smacking the fuck out of you. I don't know if like we needed to kite him or if there was like a debuff or like there's some mechanic that we were missing, but he just started slapping. Yeah, no shit, Tupper. All right, ready? Just me, or is he not taking any damage? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. So I saw the formation debuff before we jumped into it, but I wasn't sure if that was gonna be a problem. Alright, so he lost the formation buff. We see he's getting these protection covers, incoming damage, blah blah blah. Expires when if out of combat or something. For a short time. So I feel like you have to get out of like you have to walk away from him maybe? I don't know. I don't know how to get rid of these buffs. He just keeps getting them. Protection cover. Not in the warner is speeding, protecting cover, healing a shield. Expires if out of combat for a short time. I don't know what it means by a short time. But you can see our damage is like slowly, surely going down. Each one of them is like 5%. And his damage keeps going up by 0.05%. So I think that's what killed us last time is it's either a DPS race or we have to somehow get those buffs to come off. I think he's maxed out on buffs though. I think he can only have so many of them. Blacked out again? Yeah, it's almost like yeah. Cal's doing a lot of healing, so it's just a lot less damage, so it's gonna be a lot longer of a fight, but at least it's doable. Oh man. 10 years later, I know, right, Timer? It's a slow fight, but as long as it gets done, right? What up, Jim? Yeah, I just think this fight's a healing fight. All about just having enough healing to counter how much damage it does. Not so much like a DPS race, it's more like just it's like a healing check. What's going on, Jim? How you been? Thanks for stopping on in tonight. Appreciate you. Oh, League? Interesting. Haven't played League in so long. It's always a cool game. I do watch the LCS and stuff, LTK and stuff like that every once in a while. Just, because it's always cool to watch, but never really just cared enough about it. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to get rid of those stacks, Dig, or not. 'Cause that was crazy. I don't know if there is a way to get rid of them. Might just be a healing fight. Jesus. How's league been going, Jim? Been enjoying it at least? That should be fun. Learning has occurred. Oh, oh my God. Yeah, this guy has a crit buff, so we need to be careful. He's got 4 stacks of the crit buff. Interesting. Okay, there's 5 stacks. 25% crit chance. I guess it's more of like a just kind of kick his ass as fast as you can. The longer it goes on, the more damage he's gonna do, just like the other one, but it doesn't stack up as fast. Yeah, that one wasn't nearly as hard. Yeah, he was a lot weaker. Like he had a crazier buff in theory because the crit chance, crit damage could have really wrecked us, but it didn't stack up nearly as fast. And since it wasn't reducing the damage taken as well, like the other guy was, the fight was faster. So we were doing full damage the whole time. So he just felt much weaker because the other guy's buff was a little was way stronger. Yeah, because the other guy was like, reduce damage taken by a percentage and increase my damage by a percentage. It was really strong. Oh, I killed him. Yeah. It's like, fuck you, bro. You suck. Alright. Learning. Time to learn. Let's go. Thanks, boss. You on our side? Can we hire you? Oh, that's poison. What? Oh, shit. You good, Cal? Oh, okay. I was like, why are we just standing here? Did we do something wrong, or? Ooh, you back? No, he left. How long do you think you're gonna be, Cal? We can try to hold him off a little bit and keep him alive until you get back. Probably slow down a little bit, Dig. See if we can get Cal back in here before we kill the guy. Alright, sounds good. see you online. I see your dot, but I don't see you. Oh, there you are. All right. Yeah, I was just saying, Dick, because I was worried between your little damage and my little damage that we would kill it before he logged in. That's the only reason why I was saying we should hold up. We gotta go to Rivendell? Bro. Is that where we gotta go, actually? I don't think that... Right, wait, what? What did it say? Bring the broken tablet to Elrond and Rivendell. Okay, so... trying to figure that out. Wait, how can you summon me on a Lore Master? Or a Runekeeper, sorry. I need to get the Rivendell just teleport. I don't know where you get it though. Oh yeah, there is one near Rivendell. Is it? Oh, that's fucking dog shit. Yeah, I do remember there being one near it. Like right outside Rivendell, right? Isn't it like right over here by High Moon or something? Or like the giant valley area? Like right around here somewhere. Oh, well, yeah, that'll definitely help quite a lot. Oh man. Google it. Oh, you have to buy it from the Lotro store if you're not an elf. I guess there's another one. It says there. It says or find the Edenmore's stable master to travel there after completing a quest. Huh. Oh, okay. So technically you could do that, I guess. Yeah, that's what Google was saying, yeah. And I guess supposedly the Google also said that the high elf one or the elf recall to Rivendell, you either have to be an elf or you have to buy it from Lotro store. So there might be a Rivendell teleport via the Lotro store. I don't know how many points it would be, but that's an option, I guess. Yo, I actually got a pair of boots from that. Yo, let's go. Yeah, the pocket. I mean, the boots I got was actually pretty solid. I'm okay with that. Gotta get rid of these items. Actually, we're just gonna destroy all. Don't really care. Do 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 do. Fuck, man. All right, thanks for the summon. Yeah, it'd be faster to probably run down to the mount dude back here. A little backtracking, but it definitely runs faster than my bear form does. Mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. All right, I'll be there shortly. Woo woo. Over that ass too fat. Woo woo. Yo, Topher. Finally maxed your guy out. That's pretty insane. Does everybody know how many chapters are in this quest line? Sorry, I can't stop yawning today, man. Wow, 15? That's crazy. Hopefully it doesn't get too hard pushing through it the way we are. Yeah, I don't think we'll get them all done either. I'm just saying, like, hopefully it doesn't get too hard, you know? Yeah, six man. I mean, the six man might completely cuck us and not let us pass. Uh, but we won't know until we try, obviously. Yeah. Definitely 65. I gotta be careful when I actually zone this one this time. The problem is, like, I probably didn't have to walk into the door to spawn it, like I did. I could have probably just, since I had walked up and already discovered the area, I could have just launched it. I just didn't think about it. I was hoping that the window would pop up instead of like just saying teleport, and then just force us in like that. Kind of annoying, but it's fine. Not too bad though. We're getting close to 60 wood. I have what? 30% of a level to go or something like that. That's not too bad. And then I'll be 71. I'll be able to upgrade my weapon. Yo, what up, Rogue? What's going on, man? Appreciate you stopping on in. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. We're trying to get professions done today. And then, yesterday we were trying to do quests and then we ended up on professions. And today we were going to do professions and now we ended up on a quest. So, flip flopping like a motherfucker right now. But this quest is kind of ideal because we have a full party to do this. Actually, we might have more people in chat that are on the server that could probably join us for the six man if they're around. Having a day off of gaming. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean it's always good. Trying to cleanse the palate a little bit, get a little rest so you don't burn out. It's always a good thing. Yeah, I mean it makes sense, Cal. I just need to get there to discover it. What's this one called? Lost Temple? Ooh, platinum. Give me that shit. I need that. A lot of platinum. I mean, I know you need it too for good stuff. So it's mounting. Hold on. Platinum as I'm running by. I'm not giving that up. Get back on the horse down here. Sorry. I'll take us a few extra seconds there because that was a rich platinum. If it was just 4-4, I would have said fuck it. But platinum, that's a different story. Platinum's a little more scarce. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we're doing good though, crafting wise. Um, yeah, we're down to artisan. Obviously, I need to level the artisan one up a little bit. Expert is done. We just got to do the actual daily crafts now. And then I have to buy the daily crafts for artisan for both of them. So, well, we'll do that at the end of the stream. Oh, you still have 200 plat bars? Okay. Did you farm all that dig or did you buy it? You farmed everything? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I was kind of torn dig. I was like, do I just do the daily crafts to get it, you know, to proficient to get to the next tier? But I feel like that would take too long, seeing as I can do the guild reps for all the tiers that I have unlocked. So I felt like forcing proficient to get to the next tier, so I can do the previous, like I can do expert to master it eventually, right? I can keep doing the daily crafts to eventually master it, right? Complete it that way. And then once that one's mastered, then the artisan will be able to be mastered and rinse and repeat while I'm doing daily crafts. So they give good XP. Like this one right here is 10 XP for 2 bars versus if I was to do this, technically this is 8 for 1 bar, even though it says 2, but since I can do this, I can refund a bar, right? And I get 8 XP as well. I kind of feel like that is technically more XP per bar doing this route to master it, but I need the bars to do these, so I'm just saving them. I'll just level it up doing this. I need more bars to finish it, but yeah. I'm gonna need a whole bunch of bars, so I'll have to go back and do the rich iron eventually, but it's not a big deal. And then I'm gonna need a whole ton of dwarf, platinum, obviously, but yeah, I need to go buy the patterns for this one. I mean, the mastering just allows for crits, right? Like, what's the difference? But yeah, Dick, what would mastering my expert do for me? since I'm already going to be crafting these daily anyway, like mastering it doesn't really help with this, and then mastering it won't help. Like getting mastered in, you know, in this so I can master artisan doesn't seem like it would help either. Getting proficient's more than acceptable, obviously, because I need to be proficient to do the next one. Yeah, I know you can't master a later one until you master the previous one. I get that, but if I'm going to be crafting daily crafts like every day anyway, I'll eventually master it regardless. Um, and even so, like I won't need it to be mastered until I go to craft gear anyway, and it's going to be a while before I can craft gear. That's all the only thing I'm thinking of, right? Like since I won't be able to craft 75 gear for a while, first off I need to get to 75. Secondly, I need to get my rep up so I can actually buy the 75 gear. Crafting recipes, it's gonna be a long time before I get there, so I'll have time to spend to master them when I get to that point. But that's what I'll say. Specifically, the reason why I'm not doing it is because I want to get the things. I want to get all the daily rep things unlocked so I can have as many rep things as possible. Instead of spending like 6 hours mastering one, I'd rather spend 6 hours unlocking like 3 or 4 of them so I have more rep per day. And then once I'm at that point, then backtracking to master them once I can actually make the gear, right? Once I'm at the level to be able to actually craft the gear, then I'm down to backtrack to do it. That's kind of what my thought was, is I'd get to the point where I could purchase them rep wise and then master it so I can crit craft. Like you're saying, specifically so I can crit craft the gear. Almost M3. Let's go. I'm stuck. I've been whacking on a door for a week and I've barely made any progress on it. So I don't know what to do other than just let it whack. I'm already lost in this dungeon. There's too many directions to go. So I figure we'll just walk around and kill everything one at a time. It's like we can go up here and there's that one scout padding around, which brings us across, but I don't see anything across, so I don't know if that's even worth doing. And we can go underneath as well. This is the stairs that leads to the other side, so like that even. What the fuck? What the fuck? I was just chilling. I'm stunned. We're getting shot from the stairs. There's a guy behind us on the stairs. That was really awkward. I was like, where's this fucking arrow coming from over and over again? Yeah, I think that's what's kind of holding me back, mate, is I have like the highest tier nunchucks I can get, but it's not doing enough damage to break the doors. I haven't put a lot of effort into the upgrades for the knuckles stuff or the door breaking. Is this a 3-man dungeon? I didn't even look. Oh, this is the 6-man. Okay, so this is the one where you're thinking we're gonna get shit on, right? What's that? Up to the right. Oh, that lag is not helping at all. I just put my oh shit button because I couldn't tell what was going on with all that lag. And you almost died. Oh, where's that from? Oh yeah, on M2. So I'm still on M1 or whatever. I'm only on the first mastery. Like I went through the basic and now I'm on mastery 1 or whatever. Why do we go around the rock and then jump down and then come back up? I don't see a troll. Assuming he's up on that hill somewhere. Oh, it looks like we pissed somebody up. I mean, I'm only attacking the scout because you said focus the scout, and I'm waiting for it to run to you, but then you don't line of sight it, so it's just sitting there shooting you, so I run over to kill it. That's the second time I was literally waiting for it to run over to you, and you stopped line of sighting it, so it just stood there and started shooting you, so I just ran up and killed it. I lag out again. Oh my god. Okay, I was not paying that much attention, and I did not expect you to die that fast. That was my bad. Holy shit. That was unexpected. My bad. I thought I had more than like 3 seconds to attack. Jesus Christ. That was crazy. That's actually nuts. Did you get stuck? I don't know what happened. I just know that I casted my swarm and I hit my swipe and my thrash and you were dead. That's all I know. I didn't even have any time to like do any attacks. I was not expecting that at all. I think I thrashed like 2 or 3 times, and that's usually when I like look at your HP to heal you or not. You were already dead. I was not expecting that. I'm sorry. What the hell crushed you? I mean, obviously the big troll stunned you, but like something fucking smashed your face hole in. I mean, I can always fear the left acolyte, so we have one less guy hitting us if you want. Not a big deal. Yeah, I know, Cal. He died. I was like, wait, what? Like, what the fuck? That was crazy. I'm gonna fear the left acolyte just to have one less guy dealing with us. Oh, come on. He got instantly hit and uncc'd. Alright. Well, that worked out better. God, yeah, that shit's crazy. Oh shit, I walked all the way in. I wasn't paying attention. I saw the ring on the minimap. I just started running for it. I think it's 400,000 HP. They both do. Oh, that's terrifying. Ow. Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay. Am I lagging or what's going on here? Yeah, I think they hit too hard. I think they might hit too hard. That was crazy. I mean, I'm just gonna throw those out there, Dig. Yeah, I walked in first, but I stood there and you had like a good 30 seconds to walk in front of me to get closer to them. I didn't even realize that that was the boss. So I did fuck up. I'm gonna agree with that for sure. But you got smacked so goddamn hard. I thought I was lagged out for a second and you were just dead. I might have been lagged out. I don't know. I don't know how many times you got hit, but it felt like you got hit like twice and fell over. Like I don't even think I got a chance to cast a heal because I was like it felt like I was frozen in place. That was crazy. Yeah, I saw you wanted to wait for your CDs, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I stepped into the room thinking, oh, there's a quest to turn in guy here, and then I saw the two NPCs. I was like, oh shit, well that's not good. So I just stood there. Like backing up wouldn't have changed the fact that I already walked in and prompted the talking. So, I mean, hey, if you want to be pissed at me, that's fine. I'll stand way back here and I'll stay at max range all the time. I don't care. I have no idea. They both seem like the guy hit me for almost 2,000 after you died, and the girl was hitting me for 2,000 as well. So I couldn't tell you which one. Honestly, they both seem like they suck. But I mean, she does have a aura strength of shadow, which makes her do 50% damage inflicted. Um, and he has the same thing, so I don't know. Maybe you're supposed to separate the two? I don't know, because they hit really fucking hard. Yeah, I feel like you need two tanks for this. Put them on either side of the room because like 50% reduced damage taken and they do 50% more damage. So I think we need at least one more person. I mean, I could go blue form, but I don't know if we'll have enough healing if I go blue form. Not without another like healer. Oh, M2 has a bunch of good stuff. Interesting. I mean, I don't think the damage will be a problem because you can always slow grind the damage. Unless it's like a DPS race, right? Unless it's like a DPS mechanic where you need to do X amount of damage in a certain period of time. But I do agree, like, both of us being tank form doing low damage would make the fight last ridiculously long. And I don't know if Cal could solo heal both of us either. So I think that's also a problem. I mean, yeah, you'd run out of CDs eventually, but if he was doing enough healing and didn't have mana problems, that wouldn't be a problem. It just depends on if he can heal both of us simultaneously. It would just be a stupid long fight. I mean, we've done stupid long fights before that we just had more than enough healing to do it without having DPS. Like I said, that's not really the problem. The problem is ugh, if there's an enrage mechanic, that's a problem, obviously. And I don't think me being blue form would fix the problem because I think I'm just too squishy. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, Dig, but rotating your CDs while having a healer on you, like, yes, you'll run out of CDs eventually, but that's where the healing comes in. The healing makes up for that. Like, you can't expect to have 100% uptime on CDs when you're in raids. Like, you always have downtimes. There's always downtimes on cooldowns and stuff. Like shit, even in World of Warcraft, like there's always downtimes on your CDs as well. Like your block CD on your warrior, you only get two charges, and you have to alternate them, you know, respectively when needed, more than just 24/7 uptime. But like I said, I do agree. Like I don't think it's doable, not without a fourth person. We would either need another dedicated healer, like having two people healing both of us, or to like two people like Cal where they're doing damage and healing. Um, or we would just need to get a another tank, so I can say yellow. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like you can't expect to have all of your good CDs up 24/7. Like you can't have shield wall up 24/7 and wow. 90% damage reduction 24/7 not going to happen, right? You're not going to have your big cooldowns up 24/7. You're going to have the smaller ones up to gimp you along into your next one, but there's still always going to be downtime. Nah, there's no way we can do it with what we have. Like, I would have to respec full healer, and then I'd have to go blue spec. We'd have to separate the two, and then attempt it, and he'd have to heal both of us simultaneously. I think it's too much work. I think that's way too hard. I don't think it's possible. Like, like I said, with a fourth, I think we could. We'd have two tanks, two healers, or like two like semi healers and two tanks. Like it might work with that, but it'd be a long fight without DPS. So yeah. So I think we can put this on hold. We can put a pin in this, and maybe next week we can get a couple more people to join us. You know, maybe Rogue will be around because I know Rogue's taking a day off of gaming. Uh, maybe Lighten will be around because Lighten has a bunch of alts as well. Maybe we can get Thor in on it, or Kaz will be around because Kaz is, couldn't come today because he was a little he had to start work a little early. We have a bunch of options when I'm done playing PoE 2 that we can get some people together to do this probably. I just don't think it's possible currently. So I'm gonna call that on this one. We can, like I said, we can come back and do this one another day. We'll get more people together, get closer to like 4 to 5 people, possibly a 6 man, and just crush it. Let everybody get their quests done. I'm gonna go back to doing my oh sorry. I go back to grinding my resources. Whew. Sorry, I'm just really fucking tired. Actually, it also doesn't help that the servers are still semi laggy. Every once in a while, it just like freezes on me. This guy's running.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate.
Right now.
Let's fall down and see if we don't die. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, Dick. Like, I feel like in this game, I don't know if it's possible to have 100% uptime on cooldowns, right? You're always gonna have downtime at some point, and that's where the healing has to like make up for it until your cooldowns come back up. Like, I just feel like it's not it's not something that you could reliably just be like, yeah, I have 100% uptime on all my cooldowns, and I can't die because my cooldowns are like I just don't think it's a reasonable request to think that that's like it's possible. Like yeah, wow, like they've power creeped it to a point where you can keep up most of uh your debuffs up, like your smaller debuffs up more like permanently, but I don't think it's possible yet in this game. Maybe when you get like a higher level you can get to that point. But I don't think it's possible yet or feasible or should be even expected. Just one of those things that I feel like you just have to time your cooldowns a little bit, like you used to have to do in WoW. Wait for big burst moments where you need the defensive cooldowns more than just naturally. Ugh. Head back over to farm more of this stuff. Oh, halfway to 70? That's pretty huge. Yeah, that's pretty good. Because I know you were 68 when we started. I saw you hit 69 and I laughed. Then yeah, you got a half a level already. It's pretty crazy. Hmm. Holy shit. I don't want to jump down there. I just lagged, almost fell right off the fucking cliff. Anyway. Servers are getting really laggy again. I thought you guys said they fixed the problem that they were having with the lag stability, server stability. Is there another problem that they're working on? Yeah, that's pretty typical when it comes to IT, man. You fix one problem and 10 more pop up. Oh, so frustrating. Like the fix, like you have a problem and it's like, okay, well the fix is gonna cause these problems. Okay, well, how do you fix those problems? Well, if I fix those problems, it's gonna cause these problems. It's like, motherfucker, how can we fix it without breaking other shit? So annoying. And that's the thing that like drives me insane is that's the nature of, you know, coding and gaming and, things like that, updates and whatnot. That's just the nature of the beast. As you update things, as you add things and change things, and buff and nerf things, like the old stuff will naturally have bugs and problems over the years, over the time, right? There's like clashing and like errors and shit that happens between like the old stuff and the new stuff. Um, and then people are just like, "Oh, dog shit game. Look how laggy and unstable this piece of shit game. It's like, why would I play this game? Like, they can't even get anything right. There's always problems. There's always glitches. There's always issues. They're always trying to fix something. It's like, but that's the nature of anything. Like, do you think your car doesn't have any problems? Like, seriously? Like, how often do you have to repair something on your car? Like, you have to put gas in your car pretty regularly, right? You gotta change the air filter. You gotta change the oil. You gotta fucking put air in your tires. You gotta eventually, change out, like your timing belts and, fucking spark plugs and whatnot. Like, everything in the world needs maintenance. Everything needs to be fine tuned, and there's gonna be like slow and steady like problems with everything. Like, how can you expect something to be perfect and never to have issues? It just doesn't fucking mind blowing to think people expect that. Some people are just so fucking entitled. I guess entitled is the wrong word, but you get what I'm saying. I go all the way fucking over here just to one fucking note. Frustrating. Oh man. Oh man. Yo, Cal, you got any games that you interested in that you saw upcoming or are currently out or anything that you're like thinking about playing or you are playing or anything other than Lotro? I'm kind of taking some ganders at some other games that looking interesting. Looking forward to giving a shot to when they either A come out or B are actually free to play. Yeah, I remember you said you were playing Nightingale. Didn't you say your buddy like rented the server or whatever? Yeah. So is that still good, or did you guys finally like finish it and clear it? All right. Well, my tool just broke, so we're gonna have to go repair that really quick. Injustice? Huh? I don't know what that is. Doesn't sound familiar. But yeah, I'm waiting on one game, Cal, Blue Protocol, the new one that's coming out. It's gonna be like a MMORPG anime based game that has gacha system in it. So it's gonna be kind of meh, but I think it'll be something fun to play for a little while. Oh, wait, so now he doesn't want to pay for it now that you guys are at the end of the game. So are you guys not gonna complete it, or is he just not gonna re-up the subscription? Like, how's that gonna work? You just never gonna complete the last 10% of the game? Because that would suck. Like masturbation without the finish, you know what I mean? Like blue balls from hell. So don't interrupt me when I'm vacuuming my room. Oh, Final Fantasy. Yeah, I haven't played Final Fantasy 7 Remake. Nice. Yeah, I never. So it's funny. It's like for how much I like Final Fantasy VII, I've never actually beat it, let alone the remade version. Never even played the remake version. But like my CD, my fourth or third CD or whatever was always broken. So I never got to actually beat Final Fantasy VII. But I've played it so many times. But I'm not a single player fan. Like I don't really play single player games. Um, so that's one of the reasons why I never really beat it because I always ever played those with people. So we'd all like group up and like sit down at the the table or whatever, hang out, or like around the house. We'd hang out with each other at each other's houses and just play the game together, kind of like what we always did. And it's just that was just a game where I never beat. Turn to Moria. Oh, the Lord of the Rings game. Interesting. I never played that one either. I don't really play single player games though, so it makes sense why a lot of them I've never played. Oh, DC Universe and Street Fighter. Okay, that's cool. Okay, it makes sense. Injustice, right? Instead of yeah, so it makes sense now in that context. Oh, so instead of like the Justice League, it's the Injustice League kind of thing. Makes sense. Oh man, I cannot stop yawning today. Yeah, I think they're both the same. City of Heroes and DC Universe are basically the same thing, just different universes. Like obviously they're different, but I would just assume that they're basically the same. I've never played either. I've watched a little bit of both of them, but I've never actually played it. I remember back in the day, I don't remember which one it was. I think it was City of Heroes, where like people were like comboing certain skills together with like super jump plus this plus that, and like they were just like coming up with some like, crazy combos back in the day. Like some weird, interesting like combinations of skills. I don't even know how the game honestly works. I never played it. I don't know if you can just like completely customize what skills each character, like what skills your character gets. You can combo them any way you want. I have no idea how it really works. I just remember seeing some people were like flying around, some people were like doing some like other stuff. Also, people like super jumping and stuff. What was that's what I thought I was saying. Could be completely and utterly wrong. I mean, isn't DC Universe like you actually play an actual like superhero of some kind instead of like just kind of hodgepodging one together? But I just feel like they're played somewhat similarly, as in like they are MMO open world MMORPGs kind of thing, and you go around the world like completing objectives and stuff that kind of seem similar. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I wasn't trying to say that that's why it was named that. I was just like referencing it's like it, in retrospect, knowing more about it, the name Injustice makes more sense. Isn't that game supposedly terrible? I've never seen it. But people just keep making fun of it. Uh, honestly, never even I've seen the name, but I've never actually looked it up because it never interested me. Dun 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 dun. Anything down here? I feel like not. I feel like I'm running into an area I don't want to. Trying to read that long message. So where the hell am I? I'm not gonna go this way. Running. Uh, so what I don't understand about that whole situation, mate, is like it's kind of an interesting story, but why would him killing his wife that was pregnant make him a bad guy? Like, wouldn't he be upset and distraught and all those other feelings and stuff and not want to just go evil after the fact? Like, I understand maybe he goes a little like off the reservation and breaks his own rule and kills the Joker for making all that happen to him. But like, why would he just join the evil side after that? Yeah, I didn't even know where I was running to, honestly. I was trying to figure out where I was. I'm assuming I was on this road here. I was just investigating. I mean, you're not wrong, Dig. You're not wrong. I'm just trying to think, like, logically speaking, like, that's a cool story, but the end part just doesn't stick with me, you know? Like, a good guy going evil because he killed his wife? Like, I don't get it. Like I said, I can understand him going off the reservation and going against his code of ethics and killing the Joker, But as long as he stopped there, I wouldn't consider him evil, right? Unless he kept killing people. But if he was only killing bad guys, a bad guy killing bad guys, is it really a bad guy? I mean, yeah, you're bad because you're killing people, but if the only people you're, as long as you're not killing like civilians and innocent people and stuff, like I'm cool with it. I'll break the law. Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, like, Superman being a hero, quote unquote, like, typically heroes don't kill people, right? They have that moral high ground kind of mentality that, they don't want to be murderers, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying that Superman doesn't kill people. I was just saying, like, I don't know why he would be considered evil for killing his wife. Like, what does he do after that that, like, kind of makes him evil? I know it's a video game. I know it's a story. I know I'm nitpicking right now. I'm trying to wrap my head around the thought process. Yeah, so he went off the reservation. Okay. He went fucking nutso and now he wants to kill anybody and everybody that's ever done anything wrong. I could see that somewhat being evil. But if he's only killing people that have done things wrong, obviously, in his perspective, quote unquote, wrong, which isn't sometimes not even 100% true, right? So obviously, evil. But at the end of the day, like, it's not like he's like, hey, look at this innocent baby. Let me drown it, right? Like, as long as he's not, like, he's not being the Joker. He's not like, hey, I'm gonna go plant a bomb on this big, massive fucking cruise liner, and I'm gonna try and kill everybody. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't truly call him evil. I don't know. Now, if he was like, hey, I'm gonna go and grab an asteroid and I'm gonna hurl it towards Earth, good luck. I'd be like, all right, probably a little evil. Yeah, that's definitely evil, right? Like, but trying to kill Batman, trying to kill, the other superheroes or whatever, and evil people or whatever. I don't know. I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. It's not grabbing me. Yeah, this is a good place for ores. That's for sure. It's fucking everywhere. Very little platinum so far. Wait, just fucking Jesus. Oh, good platinum ores. Got 3 of them in a row. That's hell yeah. I'm just waiting on Mate to come out of his ad break. You're back? Welcome back. Yeah, so I was reading everything you're writing. Um, and I don't know. I get it. I can see why. Like, he's killing people that he thinks have done wrong or criminals or whatever, which they're not. And, that's, you know, killing innocent people, which is bad, right? But at the end of the day, if he's hallucinating and he's, snapped per se, off the reservation at this point, like, I don't know. I still wouldn't call him evil because he's not in his right mind. He's kind of disassociated, right? And in his mind, these people are wrong. They are evil, right? They have done wrong. That doesn't excuse his actions in any way, shape, or form. But the word evil to me just doesn't work. Evil to me means that you are of your sound mind, you know what you are doing is wrong, but you're doing it anyway and you don't care. Right? That's, I don't know. No, I know that. I'm just saying though, like, what started all this is he was hallucinating and then he had like a mental break after killing his wife and, you know, kind of put him over the edge. And in his mind, everybody that he's fighting and hunting down and murdering or whatever, they're all evil. They're all bad people. They're all, you know what I mean? He's not looking at somebody and be like, oh, you're a good person. You do good things. I'm going to kill you anyway. Like, or at least, I mean, you did say he killed millions of people, like innocent civilians, and whatnot. But I feel like from what you were writing that he was only doing it because he thought that they were wrong. They were bad, even though they weren't. Right? In his mind, they were wrong. They were bad. Not saying that that's right. Not like I said, not defending his actions or anything like that. Not saying that what he's doing is right, but I don't think evil is the correct defining word for that. Oh man. Yeah, that does. I mean, it's interesting at least, mate. Like, cool little story. Listen, I think the only thing that I would change that story is not using the word evil. Like that's like the one word that's like a hard. It's just like a hard sell for me. They're making him his slave. Yeah. I mean, I could see it though. I could see it. I can understand the logic. And okay, with that context, I could kind of I can lean more towards evil, right? A benevolent being that's stronger and faster and everything than everybody else, kind of like God status, right? kind of imposing his will on everybody else and forcing them to bend to his will. I could see that being evil, tyranty-ish, right? So, I mean, I could see it. Like I said, with that added context, I can kind of see it. Where's my platinum, damn it? And a lot of dwarf iron, not a lot of platinum. Oh, man. Is it bad that I kind of want to get off early just to go take a nap? I'm so tired. But I honestly, I also know I shouldn't take a 3 hour nap because then I won't go to bed till like late. Like it's fine to take like a 1, maybe 2 hour nap, but I don't think a 3 hour nap would be a good idea. I mean, but like creating a regime, is that a bad thing? Right? Because don't they have regimes in like other parts of the world and the other parts of the country that kind of keep the peace and stabilize the the areas and stuff? Can't they be technically a good thing? Not saying his is for sure. Like putting all humans under his thumb and blah blah blah. Like that's bad, right? Like being a dictator like that isn't a good thing. But can't it be a good thing? Like in theory, is it a 1 in 5 chance? Oh, that's so bad. So, dumb question, Kyle. Would it be like so? Let's say I didn't really need any more dwarf iron, right? Um, I know platinum spawns in the same locations that the ores spawn in, but if I didn't need dwarf iron, would I just skip the dwarf iron and move on, and like hope that like when I come back it's now platinum, or do I have to mine the dwarf iron for the platinum to actually respawn? I feel like sometimes when I didn't mine stuff earlier, by the time I rotated back through, I feel like the spawns had changed because I got far enough away that they despawned and then they respawned as something else because no one else was in the area. So in that situation, like me running around this zone, would it be better if I wasn't picking up the iron once I had enough and just let it in theory respawn as platinum? Yeah, I've noticed that, Dig. That's why I was asking. I just don't know if I'm in a big enough like rotation slash area for it to reset from me like leaving and coming back in. You know what I mean? Rotating around. I don't. Like I said, I just don't know if I'm in a big enough zone for it to do that. But in theory though, like if I had enough iron, but I needed the precious ore, should I just leave it there and just like keep running instead of wasting my time mining it? I feel like running over it, knowing it's the wrong ore, knowing that I have to run back anyway for wait for it to respawn and then come and check it again and then take the time to actually mine it. Like, would it just be better just to full sprint and just send it and just only look for the precious metals and just like bank on it respawning as a precious metal? I mean, I'm not gonna disagree that a dictatorship isn't a good thing, but sometimes, in my opinion, sometimes having a dictatorship is better than having lawlessness, right? Having one person to dictate the law and the rules and everything and tell people what they can and can't do, in my opinion, can be more beneficial than having no one in charge and letting like lawlessness happen. Right? That's why I was saying I'm not saying it's typically like a good thing, but I was just saying in some parts of the world it could be a good thing, depending on how it's like posed, right? Or who's in charge, right? Because like you see those movies all the time where it's like the CIA is trying to like make sure that this one guy gets in power because the other guy that's in power is a bad guy. So they're trying to assassinate the bad guy to put the good guy in power, because it's like they want to take down one regime to put up a new regime. Like it's just one of those things like you see it in movies all the time and stuff. And I'm not saying it's a good thing, but in some of those parts of the world where they don't really have true government and stuff, putting a regime with a good leader be a good thing versus lawlessness in theory. Obviously, having a good leader is the key point there, right? If you have somebody that's like crazy, tyrannical, killing people, homicidal, blah blah blah, like obviously that's a bad thing because that's never going to end well for anybody. But at the end of the day, like you don't know what you're going to get, right? Because some people might be really good people, but then when the power hits them, they might get power hungry. They might do some like weird, crazy shit. They might, might do things that they normally wouldn't do. So you never know what you're going to really get. And that's kind of like in my opinion, why democracy works a little bit better is because, yes, one guy does have more power than other people, but there are checks and balances to prevent him from doing anything and everything he wants to do. Even though he does have veto power on a lot of things and he can kind of do whatever he wants to a point, there is some sort of checks and balances to prevent too crazy of things, right? In my opinion. I don't know the exact details to it all, but I feel like there are some checks and balances in a democracy to prevent uh overusage of power. And in a dictatorship you don't really have that. It's you deal with what you get, and if you don't like it, sucks to suck. There's not much you can do about it. They're going to stay there until they die, and that's a bad thing. I definitely agree. But I said, would you rather have one person in charge, obviously depending on like their ruling methods, um or would you rather just criminals thrive and do whatever they want and you know enslave everybody? You have to bend to their wills, and depending on what side of the street you live on depends on who's in charge of you, and you cross the street you get shot dead. Like, I'm just saying, like, a regime and freaking lawlessness they can be very similar, but at least it has the potential in a regime to possibly be better. Not always. Not always. Right? It's a coin flip for sure. But at least there's a chance, At least you have a small chance. Oh yeah, regimes do whatever they want. Like I said, regimes are lawless. Like, but they're lawless for the people that are in charge, right? Not for everybody, right? So if you have 10 million people, and nobody is in charge, and 10 million people are out for themselves, that's 10 million craziness going on, right? Between the cops doing whatever they want, because cops aren't really cops, firefighters or whatever doing whatever they want because they're not really firefighters. Like, no one's really anything in that kind of society. But at least in like a tyrannical regime, right, with a guy in charge, he's gonna kill people. He's gonna imprison people. He's gonna, make everybody his slaves, and nobody's gonna be happy. But at least everybody has a role. At least everybody, like, you know what I mean? If somebody is going around doing stuff against his will, they will be held accountable. Like, at least there's that, right? Versus like the movie Mad Max, right? In one of those lawless worlds, bro. Someone gets shot, sucks to suck, man. That guy's dead. I'm gonna take his spot now. Oh, that guy fell off a cliff. Oh, sucks to suck. All right, who's up next? Like, no one cares. If you murder somebody, you murder somebody. If you steal from somebody, you steal from somebody. Like I said, at least in a regime, there is some accountability. There is some sort of laws, regardless of like who follows them or not. Like I said, the government doesn't follow them in any way, shape, or form. They do whatever they want, and they're allowed to, which is bullshit. But at least the masses have to follow the laws placed in place. So there's some sort of structure. That's all I'm saying. You'd rather have lawlessness than a regime? I don't know, man. I'd be too terrified of lawlessness. Like, at least in a regime, like, I know what I'm allowed to do and what I need to do to stay inside the lines. Obviously, sometimes there's nothing you can do and you're just fucked. But at least it's something set forth in front of you in black and white. You are going to do this or you will die. At least I know what I need to do to stay alive. And lawlessness, bro, I could literally just walk outside, someone see my shoes that they want, and then shoot me. And there's nothing that I can do about it. I'm just dead. And no one's gonna do anything about it. No one's gonna take responsibility for it. No one's gonna get in trouble for it. Like, I wouldn't want to leave my house. Bro, I don't know what I would do. Lawlessness would be the worst. Because all someone has to do is want something you want, and there's nothing you can do about it. You either kill them before they kill you. That's literally all it is. And if you go to sleep, good luck. You might not wake up. Someone might wait for you to fall asleep and then just fucking shoot you. Or stab you in your sleep. Like, I don't know. Lawlessness is the worst. It's absolutely the worst. It's definitely a downgrade from dictatorship. But not by much. They're both bad. I'm not saying that the other one's good in any way, shape, or form. They're both literally like terrible. But I definitely think a regime is better. Marginally. Very, very, very minorly. But it is better. Because at least in a regime, if someone murders somebody, they will some way, shape, or form be held accountable. Unless I'm the dictator. I could see Dig being the dictator. I don't know. I can't really count Batman's city, Gotham. I can't really count it as lawless because there are laws. The regular civilians and the regular people in the world, they have cops to arrest them, to take them to jail for breaking laws and doing wrong, right? The cops do arrest the people that Batman catches for them. They just can't catch the big bads, right? There is laws. It's not lawless. There are laws. It's just that the law makers or the law enforcers can't enforce it. So that's why Batman steps up to enforce the law. my take on it, right? There is laws, there is regulations, there is checks and balances. There are people in place to, you know, do this kind of stuff. It's just they can't do it because these people are too hard for them to catch, too smart, or they're understaffed, under resourced, or whatever. Because if it was lawless, then there wouldn't be cops, there wouldn't be jails. You know what I mean? Because there would be nothing for, there would be no reason to hold people because there's nothing that they did wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it's slightly different. You know, like those people, I don't know the logistics of it all, but like, you know, the movies that I've seen of like the African countries, right, where they drive around from town to town, kidnapping young boys from their families, killing the families, taking the boys, forcing them to be, you know, children of war or whatever. Like that's against their laws, but their police can't do anything about it, right? That's against their, you know, the laws of that country. But that's just how that country kind of is at that point. Like they've kind of made it lawless because those factions are so large that the actual law enforcers can't compete with them, even though there technically is laws. I don't know if there's actually a country that doesn't have laws. Not 100% on that. I'm pretty sure every country in the world has laws in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's following the Ten Commandments or actual government laws designed by people. I mean, I see what you're saying, mate. Like, it's it's not technically lawless, but it's considered lawless because they can't enforce the law. But the difference I would devil's advocate is they can enforce the law once that person is caught. It's not that they can't enforce the law, it's that they can't capture the people to enforce the law. They don't have the resources to actually capture them. They have the resources to hold them and charge them and, you know, put them in prison X, Y, and Z, but they just don't have the resources to actually track them down, find them, and actually capture them. And I think the law is upheld because they have a lot of people that go to jail. They have a lot of people that they put in prison. Like they have Gotham Prison, they have Gotham Asylum and stuff like that. And they anytime Batman does catch somebody or the cops do catch people that are doing wrong, which is not that often, obviously. Like at least from the movies I've watched, there's always people in the jail cells. Like they're always like hauling people into the jail cells. They're always hauling people away, you know. And when they do like jailbreaks and stuff, there's a lot of people in the jails. So I feel like they do uphold the laws in the city. It's just there are certain super criminals that that the police officers can't catch specifically. And that's where Batman comes into play. The people that they can't catch, the people that they can't track down, those are the people that he goes after. He doesn't go down he doesn't track down every criminal in the entire place and give them to him. They do some of their own work. Oh, it's definitely not a money problem. It's definitely not a money problem. It might be somewhat of a staffing problem, because no one wants to be a cop, right? Because of how bad the crime really is, because of these high level criminals that are causing so much havoc, aka the Penguin, the Joker, you know, the Riddler, all these like super high level like criminals that are basically impossible for the cops to deal with. But like the normal people, you know, the regular burglars and robbers and car thieves and stuff like that. Like those people, they get caught. That's who the cops take care of. They basically just write off the high level ones that they can't do anything with. I don't want to know what goes on in the Gotham Asylum, bro. That thing scares me. Every time I ever see it in any of the movies or the TV shows, that place fucking freaks me out. I don't want to know what goes on in there. What's DPRK? Dominican Republic or something? Of something? Something? I have no idea. I'm really bad with geography, especially those type of acronyms. Yeah, I'm talking about Batman. I'm talking about American politics. No, I mean you're not wrong. Not much different there, but I mean it wasn't that we were talking specifically about Batman, but we were just talking about just so you're up to date, Rogue. We were basically making a conversation about he was playing a game called Injustice, and he was explaining things to me about how Superman made a regime and stuff like that. And I was making a comment that making a regime, in my opinion, doesn't directly or indirectly make you evil or bad. And that I was saying that in some parts of the world, regimes are better than lawlessness, even if the regime is terrible, because lawlessness, in my opinion, is worse than regimes, even if it's like a really bad regime. And that's why we were having this conversation about regimes versus lawlessness, basically. That Mate thinks that lawlessness is better than regimes because regimes are bad, and I agree regimes are bad, but I think lawlessness is worse. And we were making the correlation, like, and we were using Gotham as an example. How Mate was saying Gotham is a lawless city, but I was making the argument that it's not technically lawless. It has laws. It's just the high level criminals can't be enforced upon because they can't track them down and catch them and or hold them sometimes because of how high, like, how how high level of a criminal they are. Not like high level, like that's a wrong wording, but like, you know, how smart or creative or strong or unique or whatever it is, like Poison Ivy, for example, right? Like, how do you put somebody like that in a prison, right? How do you put somebody like Bane in a prison, right? You just there's some of these unique scenarios, and criminals can't really be dealt with by traditional cops. Um, but like the regular criminals, the people that steal money from their family or their friends or their job, or carjack, or what I mean, like the regular stuff. That's who the cops take care of, and that's why I was saying it's not technically a lawless city because there is laws. They do get upheld. The cops do their job. They can do their job. They just can't do it for everything, which is why Batman kind of supplements it. Yo, Tober, appreciate it, man. Have a good one. Take it easy. Talk to you later. We'll be around this weekend. If you need me in the meantime, hit me with a Discord. As always, talk to you later, friend. Sleep well. Oh, you meant North Korea. Got you. Yeah, I mean, isn't North Korea quote unquote regime, aka the dictatorship? And not saying I don't know anything about North Korea, but like I don't know. I've only ever heard bad things. How the guys, I don't know if the current one is bad, but like in the back in the day, like they were bad, right? They were like really bad to their people. They were really bad to the world. They were always like threatening everybody and you know shit like that. Yeah, exactly, Rogue. That was one of the arguments. Is it's basically lawlessness for the people in charge. But my argument to that is yes, that's true, but Would you rather have lawlessness for, let's say, 1,000 people that are in charge that can kind of get away with doing whatever they want? Or would you rather have lawlessness for 10 million people? So no matter who it is, what it is, where you are, what you're doing, you have to worry about who's walking down the street, who's outside your house, when you go to sleep, or am I going to wake up? Like, at least in a regime, you have somewhat clear cut, black and white, do this or die. Follow what we tell you to do or die. In a completely lawless situation where there's nothing imposed, people can do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want, and no one can do anything about it. No one can say anything about it unless they're stronger or bigger or better than you, right? And that's what I was saying. Something like a Mad Max, right? Mad Max is completely lawless, right? They have people in charge of like certain areas and cities. Um, but if someone gets killed, it's whatever. There's no repercussions. If someone murders another person, someone steals from another person, it is what it is. Like no one's gonna do anything about it. That is true lawlessness, right? And that's what I'm arguing against is true lawlessness where there is nobody in charge and anybody can do anything they want with no repercussions because there's no rules. That that's worse than a regime. Because at least in a regime, majority of the population has to follow the guidelines. You're less likely to get murdered walking out of your house because you have some cool Nike shoes on. Not saying you still won't, but you're less likely to purely because that person that murdered you is most likely going to be caught, is most likely going to get charged and get in trouble for it. Versus in a lawless situation, if they shot you and took your shoes, no one would care. But the other person that saw him steal your shoes might shoot him and take the shoes from him. Not that he's defending you in any way, shape, or form, but he also wants the shoes. See my point? Like that's my argument here, right? It's not that I'm not saying either one of them is good in any way, shape, or form. I'm saying if you have the option between pure lawlessness and dictatorship slash regimes or whatever, I would take a regime personally over pure lawlessness. Like at least in Gotham, even though it feels lawless, it's not. That is probably the best outcome you could ask for a lawless civilization because there is laws, there is things being enforced, there are people being held accountable for their actions, even though there are people that aren't, right? That do get away with it, that do whatever they want, because the cops can't do anything about it. But at least majority of the people are being held accountable for it, and there are people in place and things and checks and balances and stuff to help with all of that at least, right? So I'm saying Gotham is like the best situation, like best outcome you could look for that is lawlessness but isn't lawlessness. Like I said, I don't really consider Gotham lawless because it technically has laws that do get enforced, right? It's not like some of the stupid laws, like in some of the states in the United States, where it's like, oh, you're not allowed to mow your lawn on Sunday wearing a wife beater or whatever you call those things, the the, the tank tops. I don't know why they call them wife beaters, but it's a really stupid fucking name, but it's what they always called them when I was younger. Um, but anyway, you're not allowed. You can't ride a riding lawnmower with flip flops. Like it's against the law. Like those are stupid ass laws. Those don't get enforced, right? That's different. We're not talking about stupid laws that don't get enforced. We're talking about like true crime laws that do actually get enforced. Oh man, we've been making some pretty good progress on the ores though. I think I have way more than enough. Yeah, I have 170 dwarf ore. That'll last me quite a while. Platinum though is what I'm searching for. All right, I'm gonna go pee really quick. We got another 15 minutes left in the stream. Um, my question is, should I start skipping the dwarf iron in hopes that the platinum will spawn in its place when I wrap back around? Oh, I definitely do need more dwarf iron though. Like, I'm not gonna give it up yet, but oh really? Is that why they call it that? That's such a dumb reason. I thought it was like some redneck kind of term where um people started calling it that because like the country kind of people, rednecks, whatever you want to call them, they always wore them all the time and they were like known to beat their wives or something. I don't fucking know. You know, people are weird like that. Or they give things nicknames for like no fucking reason. Instead of just calling it a tank top. Oh. Alright, so I think, guys, I think we're gonna do this last loop, and then we're gonna go pick up um our crafting recipes, or whatever they're called. For the new rep items for this whatchamacallit. And then we'll call the end of the stream at that point. I think I have enough to push to the next tier. And I think I already have a ton of the next tier to push me to the following tier and the following tier. So I think we have enough to push us to that next tier. Kind of the goal. I think the only thing I'll be missing is ancient silver for the jewel crafting. So that might hold us back. I'll have to come back and farm more resources another day. Which I think I'll do a lot of the excess farming off stream. You guys aren't subjected to this for too much longer. I just wanted to have like I just wanted to take like a couple days to get my professions right, and then once my professions are sorted, which they're about to be, uh, I should be able to keep up with the professions going forward while I'm doing my quests and stuff. I just needed to play a little catch up, so I wanted to take a couple days to do that, which we have. So, like I said, this weekend though, we'll definitely be Path to Exiles, possibly next week as well, depending on if we're enjoying it or not. And then we'll probably come back to this once we get bored of PoE. I don't know if there's anything else coming out soon. I don't know if anybody knows of any of the games that I have mentioned or anything that maybe I haven't mentioned that's coming out next month. Because like I said, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then next month. Actually, Wednesday and Thursday is community night. I forgot. So we're gonna be doing community night on Wednesday and Thursday. I'm pretty sure. And then going forward, it'll be Monday, Tuesday. So anything around September, like mid-September. I don't know if anything's coming out around that time period. If anybody knows of anything, definitely let me know. Um, maybe we can play something different. But if not, we'll end up back right here doing the same old, same old. I mean, I see what you're trying to infer, Rogue, right? Like, there's like the illusion that there's laws in a regime, right? But I don't think it's purely an illusion, right? I just feel like the people that are in charge, they write the rules, they write the laws, they enforce the laws at their own will. But at the end of the day, even in like a place, I don't know, we'll just throw North Korea out there because I don't know any place that's a dictatorship, and I don't even know if they are. But just say, let's hypothetically saying, let's say you were North Korea, and let's say they were a dictatorship and blah blah blah, right? They were their own regime. They had their own laws and blah blah blah. They have their own laws, and let's say one of their laws is "Thou shalt not kill," right? So if someone walked up to somebody on the street and shot them point blank in the face, and a cop was standing there, they would arrest them, right? So there's a law. It's enforced. Someone gets accountable for the actions that they've taken. In a true lawless situation, there wouldn't even be a cop because there's no laws to enforce, so there's no cops to enforce anything, right? So if someone walked up to somebody on the street and shot them point blank in the face and murdered them, no one would say or do anything about it, right? Maybe their friend would retaliate, or their family or their loved ones or something, but that person would not be held accountable for their actions in any way, shape, or form. Now, not saying that in a regime that the dictator or whoever might not just do whatever they want anyway, because they will. This is why I say for the majority of the people, a regime still holds true for laws. Obviously, the top 1% get away with whatever they want because either A, they're in bed with the person, B, they have a lot of money and they have influence, or C, they are part of the government in some way, shape, or form. So at the end of the day, those people can do whatever they want. If they want your house, they're going to take your house. If they want your wife, they're going to take your wife, right? Like, there is nothing you can do to stop them. So, in theory, yes, that is lawless, but the laws hold true for the 99%. So, at least you know you are somewhat illusioned to thinking that you are somewhat safe walking on the streets, as long as you stay within the guidelines presented by the regime. Borderlands 4? I don't know if I'm a big Borderlands fan. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, Rogue, it's not that it's good, it's not that it's better. It's just it's done in a different way that lawless, like true lawless, holds nobody accountable, right? And a regime only holds the 90% 99% responsible, right? There's a big difference between holding 99% of the population accountable for their actions and keeping the 99% in check versus letting all 100% do whatever they want at all times. That's the big difference. Neither are good, right? Neither are good. Don't get me wrong. Don't twist my words. I'm just saying it's better. It's a step in the right direction, right? Maybe a half step, but it is a step in the correct direction. That's all I'm saying. Because, like you said, if it tickles their fancy, if it tickles the 1%'s fancy that the laws don't apply to them, then you're screwed. Sorry, it is what it is. You're just screwed. Like I said, if someone likes your wife, someone wants your kid, someone wants your job, someone wants your house, your car, and the laws don't apply to them because they're in that top 1%, sucks to suck. We definitely are devolving for sure. Uh, like I said, I'd rather have that than no laws at all. Personally, obviously take that with a grain of salt, but me personally, I'd rather have that than nothing. Now, not saying I've ever had that, so I don't know what it would feel like, right? What it would truly entail. I probably would hate it, but I think I would like it more. Hey, I'm a swimming bear. Look at me. I'm an airplane. Oh, such face. I would expect me to enjoy that over no laws at all. Not saying I would like it in any way, shape, or form. I would hate it, but I would hate it less. You know what I mean? Kind of like the analogy I made earlier. I don't know if you heard it, but was like some of those movies and stuff you see where it's like tribes in Africa, like they do whatever they want. They drive around from tribe to tribe or town to town or whatever, and they kill everybody and steal all the kids. Right? No one's gonna hold them accountable. They just do whatever they want. They kill people, they take the women, they treat them however they want. Right? No one holds them accountable for anything that they do. That's more lawless than, you know, I can think of right now. Like I can't think of other than like true movies like Mad Max where there's like no laws. Did I pick that up? I think I picked that up. Actually, do I need silver? I don't think I need silver. That's a journeyman. But anyway, yeah. Enough of that. Oh, making progress though. I don't think I need silver. We'll skip silver. I thought I needed it, and then I come to find out I don't. All right. So we need to get over here so we can level up our stuff, so we can buy the jewel crafting thingamajiggies. And then we'll head over to Thorn's Hall after to buy the metalsmithing ones. Yeah, I mean, like that's kind of what I was like where I was leaning towards Rogue is like if you lived in a society like that where you go to sleep and you're just gonna wake up to a machete in your face, like, and then that guy just kills you, walks off with your kid. Now your kid is part of a fucking child's militia group or whatever, and no one's gonna do anything about it, right? At least in a regime, if someone is going against the government, they're more likely to be taken care of. Now you're still dead. Your kid still got kidnapped, but possibly they get your kid back put in foster care or to put into their own military program, and that person gets killed for killing you, kind of thing. Like, at least there's some sort of accountability. Not good accountability, but something. Yeah, I don't know. No matter how you look at it, it's terrible. I just, like I said, that's my thoughts. I just feel like it's negligibly better. Negligibly, specifically. Oh man. Ugh. Well, I think we'll call it when we actually get here because I'm gonna have to do so much crafting. It's gonna take like 200 of these is gonna take so fucking long to craft. We're gonna run out of stream time anyway. So we can chat a little bit if you guys want. You guys have any questions for me, concerns, thoughts, ideas, whatever. Whatever you want to talk about, we'll talk about it for a little while. I do have 30 minutes left of the stream, so we can chat for 30 minutes if you want. But at the end of the day, it's gonna boil down to I'm gonna be getting off soon, and all we're gonna be doing is watching my guys smelt stuff down. So if you have any questions, you want me to show you something, share something, or answer any questions or chat about something, just ask me now. If not, we'll be getting off shortly here and taking a damn nap. The wife wants to go to like Target. She wants to go to I think Home Depot. I think she wants to go somewhere else and do something else. I think she wants to go eat breakfast with her mom as well. And she wants to do a whole bunch of stuff tomorrow, like in the morning when she gets up. And I have to work tomorrow, so she doesn't get up till like 8 o'clock in the morning usually, 7 to 8 o'clock, depending on if she sleeps well or not. And then I need to be in bed and asleep by like 9:30. So we have like 1 to 2 hours of time to get stuff done. And I'm fucking tired right now. So I get off at 5. I have to wait 2 to 3 hours for her to get up. And then I have like another 1 to 2 hours of stuff to do with her before I can finally lay down. If we get home on time, we might get home at 11 o'clock because we have so much stuff to do. And if that happens, that happens. Whatever. I'll just be really tired for work. I'll end up having to take a nap at work, but it's whatever. Shouldn't nap at work, but sometimes it's inevitable. Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Well, I was thinking about possibly getting off a few minutes early. But I mean, either way, I have to melt all this stuff down. I have to smelt it all down. I have to craft a bunch of stuff. I have to level up all my stuff. And then once it's all leveled, I have to buy all the things. So it's like I have like hours worth of work to still do, which I can do tomorrow. It's not a big deal. I don't mind waiting until tomorrow to do it. I'm just gonna get the crafting started since the crafting's gonna take like fucking 30 minutes to do anyway. I can start the crafting and just go take a nap. Oh, but I'm gonna do that once I get over here. God, I'm fucking dying. Oh, I need to find time to do reprints in Eidolon too. Yeah, happy wife, happy life. Well, happy wife, happier life. Just because your wife's happy doesn't mean you're gonna have a happy life. I'm just throwing that out there. But it does mean it doesn't hurt. So, mate, I have a question. In a regime, are there still cops and laws? I'm just gonna make this super simple. In a regime, do they still have cops and do they still have laws? Like written down laws that people are supposed to follow. Keyword is supposed to. if the answer is yes, then that's already a step up from lawlessness. Right? Just because the regime itself doesn't hold people accountable for things doesn't mean that people don't get in trouble for doing things that they're not supposed to. Right? If you're speeding, a cop pulls you over and gives you a ticket, that is better than lawlessness. And I would definitely say the Nazis are like kind of an anomaly in this situation. Technically, yes, they were a regime, they were a dictatorship, and they definitely fall into the category of what we're talking about. But I still think that the Nazis are a step up from true lawlessness. I think you're missing what I mean by true lawlessness, mate. I mean something where there is no laws to be. There's nothing preventing you from doing whatever you want. Like, period. No one's in charge. There is not a single law or rule that isn't, that you can do anything and everything you want. If you could think it, you could do it. Right? Yeah, exactly. Walking Dead, but worse. Like, that's why I made the comment towards Mad Max, right? There are no laws. There are kind of rules ish, right? You don't want to kill the leader per se, because then everybody might kill you. But you could. There's nothing against that. If you killed the leader, you might become the leader, or the next person in line. There'd just be a fight for power at that point, and everybody would just kill each other. But you're not going to be held accountable for it. I mean, you might get killed for it. But I'm going to wait for the ad to end. Give me a minute. Like, oh, why are we painting it as hell? Bro, it would be so terrible, Rogue. It'd be fucking terrible. Like, you ever seen, oh my god, you ever seen The Purge? That is what the world would be like if there was lawlessness. You know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot tell me that you would rather live in The Purge than in Nazi Germany. Just saying. Not saying that living in Nazi Germany would be a good thing, right? Being controlled by the Nazis, terrible. Absolutely terrible. Wouldn't want that. But I would rather that than The Purge. Just saying. I forgot about the purge till just now. But I did Google, right, while we were on ad break. So I Googled, do regimes have laws? And then it says, yes, regimes have laws, although how the laws are created, enforced, and respected varies dramatically depending on the type of regime. There's different types. So there's the democratic regime, which I think the United States falls into, right? So we technically are a regime. Throwing that out there, regimes aren't bad if we're technically a regime, okay? Authoritarian, that one, whatever. That one's probably not as good, right? Uh, it uses law as a tool of political authority, whatever. And then whatever the totalism one is, extreme authoritarian. This one's probably the bad one, right? And then this is anarchy. They just call it anarchy because this is the purge. There is no rules. There is no centralized government. There is no laws. It's a stateless condition. It's a social order and is maintained. The social order is maintained through community-based rules and customs. There is nothing formal and no enforceable laws. This is the purge. This is what I'm talking about. Pure anarchy. Right? And yes, mate, that's kind of what I'm saying is like certain parts of the world benefit from regimes. Obviously, it depends on which type, because I didn't realize there was this many. Specifically, they would benefit from a somewhat dictatorship because if there's no laws, people do whatever they want, however they want, wherever they want, whenever they want. At least if one centralized thing is enforcing laws, regardless if those people can get away with their laws, it is better than pure purge. But we are. Technically, democratic regime is a regime. I guess regime is like a really wide. We're using it in we have been using it in like in this conversation in just a very minor aspect, right? It's basically a government. It's basically government. That's all it basically means. It just basically means somebody that's in charge. Like some sort of centralized enchargement. Yeah. It just means that there's somebody at the top in charge. Now, that could be a group of people, it could be a single individual, it could be a bunch of other things, right? That's why I was saying, like, that's why they have the Democratic, which is us. We have, like, the president, we have vice president, we have all the people up there and doing the things. We have the council or the church or what are those people? There's like the blue ones and the red ones, and they all do votes and stuff. Whatever that thing is, they have that thing. Um, and then you got these two, which one of them is like pure one person in charge, and I don't know what the other one is. But anyway, I'm specifically I was comparing a single individual in charge of a country versus anarchy, which is the purge. I'm just saying, my personal opinion. Obviously, everybody can have their own thoughts, but I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, mate. That we said that comment about in history, regimes have never been held accountable or whatever. True, the regime itself has never been held accountable, right? Usually they get overthrown, they get murdered, they get replaced with a new one, whatever. It happens. That's kind of them getting held accountable, getting murdered off, right? But what I'm saying is if you would rather live in a state of the purge than in a state of somewhat oppression, under the thumb of a single individual that rules over the whole country, kind of thing. But there's still rules and laws that are followed by the masses. Then I don't know what else to tell you. Oh, you're talking about this one? Yeah, I don't know what this is. It says also use law as a tool of political authority. However, the laws are established to serve the interests of the ruling elite. I mean, that makes sense. This is like the dictatorship, right? So they make their own laws and rules and stuff to basically boost themselves and screw everybody else, right? And then the rulers can override and sidestep them anytime they want, blah, 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 blah. Little oppositions is suppressed, blah, blah, blah. So this is literally the dictatorship that we were talking about. Yeah. So I don't, this, like I said, I would rather have this than this. Because at least in this, even though they get away with whatever they want, the people at the top, the people in the bottom underneath them do not. Or are they? Extreme form. Oh, so it's an extreme form of this. Okay, okay, I got you. So I mean, I feel like these two are the same thing. This is just a worse form, right? So, like I said, I would rather have those than anarchy. That's all I'm saying. Because anarchy is awful. There is no way you would ever convince me that anarchy is better than having a single individual in charge. Yeah, I can't even say those two words, Dig, but yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. And like I said, I would still rather have that, right? I would rather have some crazy, cracked out of his mind leader that just murders groups of people for no apparent reason other than they looked at him funny than to have the purge. I'd so much rather have that. I'm saying it's better. In any way, shape, or form. They both stuck. But if I had to choose, I would choose that one. But I mean, if you're trying to say that all regimes are corrupt, then you're trying to say America's corrupt. I'm not saying you're wrong, but yeah, you're not wrong. I think I agree with that statement. But what's really the difference at that point? If everything is corrupt, then what's the best solution, right? What would you rather have? Would you rather have the purge? Or would you rather have a corrupt government in place that does whatever it wants and bends the rules to its will to suit itself rather than everybody else, but people still get held accountable for things? Like, which would you rather have? Would you rather have law and order where people do get held accountable for things that they do wrong and tries to keep the majority of the people in check because they know they'll get in trouble for it? Or would you rather have the purge where people walk around and just murder people? Right? Which would you rather have? Yeah, I like how I read what you wrote. I'm like, governments, all regimes are corrupt. I was like, but what about America? I was like, yeah, what about America? It's, like, it's just like, I have nothing against America. You know, I live here. It's whatever. You know, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. But, bro, people, let's just say people are corrupt. I don't care who you are. I don't care how good of a person you are. People are always going to be corrupt. And some are very little corrupted, some are extremely corrupted, right? Some might not be corrupted in the current time, but given the certain situation, certain criteria, they could definitely become corrupted. AKA when you become in a place of power and you never have been, it can go to your head, it could change you, right? It's just like it happens. There's nothing we can really do about it. That's just the nature of humans, right? Only under Trump. I don't agree with that though, because like the definition of regime, right? Regime's definition, it basically just means a government, something at the top. So even if Trump wasn't up there, even if it was Biden or Bill Clinton or George Bush, or I'm trying to think of some presidents here. Sorry, George Washington, Lincoln. I don't know what his part of it, other part of his name is. Abraham. Yeah. Um, Showing how dumb I really am here. All those people, like they all were part of the government, which is a regime, right? Like, just saying, it's it's a government. It's somebody at charge at the top. Somebody or some people or something. Not just in America's history. I'm talking worldwide. The humans are corrupt in general. Everybody. Everybody has some sort of small corruption in them. Some are bigger than others. But that's not what they say. It says a government, comma, especially an authoritarian one. Doesn't mean it has to be that. It just says a government specifically. Or if we look at the second definition, a system or planned way of doing things, especially one imposed from above. So that is also democracy. It's a system or a planned way of doing things, laws, rules, regulations, checks, and balances that comes from above, that trickles down to everybody else. Same thing. Is democracy a regime? Yes, democracy is a type of political regime or system of government that is determines how power is accessed and held by public officials. I don't know how many other ways I can Google this. It is a regime by definition. I think the way you're reading it, you're leaving out the comma. The comma is additive. It's stating that it is a government in general. Point blank, it is a government, but it is, let me go back to it. But it is especially in these ones. So you can leave this part out. This is the true first part of the definition. It's purely a government and or a system or planned way of doing things. It's a machine. Why does everybody hate Trump? It's so funny. Uh, it doesn't have to be. It literally doesn't have to be. The regime is a system of government that establishes the framework for who can hold public office and how much power those officials pose. That is democracy. It is literally democracy. I mean, technically, it's any form of what we're talking about right now, because this is the same exact thing: a system of government that is established and framework, blah blah blah, to know who. So dictatorship is the same exact thing. You know, democracy is the same thing. We have a system in place that says who can be the president. We have a system in place that who can be the chairman, speaker of the House. Oh, the House people. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, have a good one, Dig. And I'm not going to discredit what you said. Rogue, that democracy is bottom up versus top down. Okay, sure, fine, we'll go with that. But are you honestly going to discredit the definition and this and this? Like, is everything on Google wrong? Like, even this democratic regime of the United States, and then Tortellini regime of North Korea, right? Authoritarian of the China and Saudi. Like, these are given specific examples. Democracy is a regime. Yeah, but okay, mate. We're gonna take this one step at a time. It's bottom down, bottom up, or whatever you just said, right? So we vote for who goes in place. But what does this say? A regime is a system of government that establishes the framework of who can hold office. So we have a system in place that tells us who is allowed to hold office. So we vote. The system is we vote for who we want to hold public office. So that is a system established by the government, upheld by the government, to appoint people to the government. How is that not a regime? Just because we hold the power to vote for who we want to go into office doesn't make it not a regime. It's just a different type. Because all the regime, and from what I'm gathering from all the information I have read so far in the last 45 minutes, is all the regime is some sort of power entity of some way, shape, or form that distributes the power of law and enforcement at their disposal, at their will, right? That's kind of how I see it. So it doesn't matter who's in charge, doesn't matter how they're in charge. It just says that there is something at the top that is outlined and enforced by these things at the top for everybody below it. That is democracy as well. Democracy has rules, laws, all this other shit. Got all the rules and the laws and everything at the top that everybody below it has to follow, including the people at the top. Just because we go about it a different way to put people on top, because all the people at the bottom pick who they want to go on top, doesn't mean it's not a regime. Just because the regimes that we're thinking of are the ones that the people at the top pick who's at the top, and then they stay at the top and they do whatever they want, that's a bad regime. That's like the ones we were just talking about right here. That's like these ones, right? The authoritarian and the authoritarians ones, right? These are the quote-unquote bad ones. But America still is a regime. It's still governed by people at the top with laws and regulations, checks and balances. It's governed by people. It's governed by things. It's governed by an entity. If something is governed, if something has rules, if something has structure, it is a regime. And even in Wikipedia, the two categories of regime are democratic, which is democracy, and authoricatomy, or whatever the fuck this is. I can't even pronounce this word. Which obviously, we talked about this earlier, is that is also this, the Tortellini one or whatever. I don't know. I can't see how democracy isn't a regime. I'm not seeing it. I'm trying to see it. I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to read what you're writing and read between the lines and figure it out, but I don't see it. From everything I see on Google, from all the writing, from all the definitions, from all the questions and answers I'm seeing, I don't see how it's not. And you know me. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm trying to understand, and I'll be the first one to admit when I finally understand it and I finally admit that I'm wrong, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, and even down here, I didn't even read this one. Democratic regime is a system where power is ultimately held by the people, typically through mechanisms of free and fair elections. So this is what you were saying before. It's like we vote for who's in charge, but there's still people in charge, right? Like a regime has to have somebody in charge. We didn't have anybody in charge. We had no government. Then we wouldn't be a regime. So at that point, we would be anarchy. It's just thought of differently. I feel like I think where the disconnect here is, mate, is it's the it's the spirit of it, right? When we think regime, we think oppression, we think dictatorship. You know, we don't think freedom, we don't think equality, and blah 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 blah, right? Which is so when we think, you know, democracy, we don't think regime, right? Because democracy is quote unquote supposed to, you know, incorporate freedom and control and equality and blah blah blah. It just I feel like it's the spirit of it, not so much the definition of it, right? I think that's where we're getting the disconnect here. Like when you see the word regime, you instantly go to bad, right? You go to, oh, I don't want to have a dictator. I don't want to have, you know, that kind of stuff. I don't want to be in, like one person in charge of the whole country that does whatever he wants and gets away with it. But I think by definition, even democracy is regime, according to Google and all the things that I read. So I don't think it's technically a bad thing, depending on which regime we're talking about, right? But all regimes I still think are better than anarchy. All of them, even the worst one. But like I said, I think why we're butting heads and why we're going back and forth right now is purely because I think it's the spirit of it, right? It's when you see the word, when you're talking about it specifically, it's basically referenced towards, you know, the dictatorships and stuff, and the Nazis and that kind of stuff. It's not in correlation with democracy. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, Rogue. It's like by definition, by book, it's not a bad thing. But the way it's used, the way it's um looked upon and thought of, the only time it's ever talked about is negatively, right? I don't know, man. I mean, it's possible that, you know, your Google searches are different than my Google searches. I just, like I said, I literally just said is democracy a regime, and this is what I got. So I don't know. Everybody's Google searches are different depending on like other things that you Google and, you know, where you live and what other cookies you have in your shit. Like everything's always different. But like I said, just by definition, like I said, I think the way Rogue wrote it is probably the best to think of it. Is it's just by the definition, by the rule, by the actual black and white of it. There's a lot of subcategories and a lot of neutrality with it. It's just it's always thought about negatively and poorly and always pointed towards the the negative and the terrible, right? No one ever really talks about it in the sense of democracy. Because instead of saying democracy or democratic regime, we just say democracy. You know what I mean? We leave off that it's a regime because it's that spirit of that word regime is like tainted with negativity, so they usually leave it off. I feel like I said, it's that spirit of the word, right? Yeah, it's true. Um, Wiki is not a trustworthy source, but that's why I was like scrolling down and like I just keep seeing like democracy is well recognized and established, blah 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 blah. Like, just there's you can just read through this. Democracy is a form of government. Like I said, if you just read the definitions versus what everything is, it is a regime. The way a regime is defined as a government or a like a set of plans and or regulations imposed, blah blah blah. Like, it is in all ways, in any way, shape, or form, it is a regime. It's just I think the word regime is always looked upon poorly. It's got the negative attachment. It's got like negativity attached to it, so no one ever thinks of it in like a good way. Anytime you hear the word regime, you're thinking, "Oh my God, who's getting killed now? Oh my God, who's taking over the world now?" Right? Like that's how it's always thought of, but it can be a good thing. I know there's other words that I'm thinking of that I can't think of. They're like right on the tip of my tongue. But there's other words that are in like the same boat. That there's words that have multiple meanings or that they mean not mean multiple things, but are used at, like kind of neutrally across the board. But every time you hear it, it's always used in a negative aspect. So it's always anytime you hear the word, you're always instantly thinking, "Oh, what bad happened now? Who did this wrong?" Right? Instead of, okay, they use that word. What is it in relation to? Is it good or bad? I think there's a lot of words in the world that are like that, that they're typically used negatively or attached to negativity. So it's kind of just ingrained in us to associate it with negativity, right? We still crafting? Yeah, we're still crafting. Still chucking away over here. Jesus Christ. Wait, what did you learn today, Rogue? You learned something today? Oh, is that supposed to say something? Oh, so you're saying if I didn't type democratic in front of it? Yeah, because if you type in specifically authoritarian regime or whatever it's called, you're gonna get information just on that. They're not gonna tell you about the other types of regimes. They're not gonna tell you about is democracy one or whatever. They're just gonna give you the information on this specifically, right? That's why I say that's why my first thought was, you know, regime definition, right? Or meaning or whatever, right? That's why I did this first, just to kind of get an idea of what the definition was based off of Oxford's language, right? So that's why I did this first, to kind of get an idea. And then I was curious what kind of regimes there were, right? And that's where I found this, where it's got democratic, authoritarian, blah 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 blah. And I did the drop down so you guys can see it a little bit better, but um and then when I saw democratic, I was like, oh, you know, and we like I said, we kind of just side kind of stepped our way through it. We're gonna finish this up, and then I think I'm gonna call it, guys. The ad's over. I'm tired. I want to take a nap still. Oh, it was a great conversation though. We good, mate? We good? I know it was a little bit debating towards the end there. I always feel bad debating with you guys because it makes me feel like I'm being an asshole, and you guys are gonna get pissed at me because I'm being a dictator or some shit. What is Britannia? What's that? Encyclopedia Britannia. What is that? I mean, I'm just gonna read. I just went to your website that you just said. I'm just gonna read what this does. It's an institute with clear whatever the fuck this word is, and geographical limits. So basically, it just says some sort of institute within a certain confines of a certain area, bound by explicit rules and agreed upon by the government. By definition, that is democracy. By definition, that is democracy. We have explicit rules. They're agreed upon by the government. Obviously, we vote on them, but it is agreed upon by the government, and they are explicit rules. Like I don't know. I'll let you go to bed. I appreciate you. Netflix show. Yeah, when I wrote Britannia, I was like, "What is that? Is that a game? Is that an anime? Are we reading manga?" I was so confused. But anyway, mate, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. But yeah, it was fun. I had a good time. Like I said, hope you're not mad at me. We'll be back this weekend. We're gonna be playing Path of Exiles 2. So if you need me in the meantime, hit me with the Discord. Hope you sleep well. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hope you have a good day tomorrow and next day, and hopefully we'll see you this weekend. Appreciate you. I'm gonna get out of here as well, guys. If you guys haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. Don't think I asked, don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody, feel free to join in the Discord anytime, at me anytime. I'm gonna be working the next couple days, but if you need me, hit me up, just at me in Discord because I work from home. So I appreciate you guys. Like I said, I'll be back on Friday night, Saturday morning, and all the rest of the weekend. We'll be playing Path of Exiles 2. If you guys want to join us, feel free. But yeah, hopefully I see you guys then. Hope you have a good next couple days. Hopefully we'll see you this weekend. And yeah, if you want to catch the VODs, check out the About Me. It's got the VOD link. But I appreciate you guys. Take it easy. Talk to you guys later. Bye 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 bye.